Okay. Okay. It is welcome to the City Council regular meeting. I am calling this meeting to order, and the time is now, let me look at my phone, 6:37. Please stand and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Rowland.
Here. Tonight's inspiration is being given by Councilman Hernandez. Can you please provide the inspiration?
Thank you. I think we all experienced the inspiration on Saturday during coastal cleanup with the wonderful turnout that we had with 230 plus volunteers. We collected 2,500 pounds of trash. And you know what volunteerism does and what the community feels when we get together and we do something good for our beaches and for our parks and for our community is a sense of belonging, pride in our city. And that was just a wonderful gathering and a wonderful display of camaraderie that we experienced on Saturday. So I just want to thank all our volunteers for showing up and for helping us keep our beaches clean, and all the organizations who supported it. Truly inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we should be clapping for you folks. You're the ones who have been out there. Where are we now? Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay. We will now hear general comments not pertaining to items on the agenda, including any written comments received by our city clerk. Any comments for those who are participating live with us this evening, we would like to ask you to use the Zoom raise your hand feature so we can call on you during the appropriate comment times. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide comments. So both Zoom and actually if you're here in person, if you want to make some comments. Do we have any written comments right now?
We do, Mayor, and I will go ahead and call, written comments, no, but we have a member of the public, Tracy J.
Okay.
Hello, I spoke with you guys last meeting. My name is Tracy J. I'm the president of my HOA at Seaside Walk and committee member of the Wainimi HOA Coalition. But more importantly, I'm the resident and taxpayer of the city. When I spoke last about trees and fees, I felt the subject was well received to you in council, and it seemed like we all agreed there was some issue with the current guidelines, process, permitting, and cost, and you advised that you would work with us. On 7/29, I emailed Tony Stewart asking if there would be any flexibility for permitting and costs. To be clear, my question was to Tony Stewart. I did copy Mayor Rawlings, Steve Gama, and Britt Connors, with whom I've had through this process, I've been able to meet them. I represented my own HOA only, and I copied my own arborist and my property manager, and Tony never responded. On 8/2, I received an email message from Kevin Spalding, who stated he was representing the city. He was responding to my email that he said I directed to Mayor Rawlings. But my first problem was that my email was sent to Tony Stewart. So his whole response misrepresents that it's coming from someone other than the intended. He spoke as if he represented the city's views, even though I'm certain that most of you didn't get to read it before he sent it to all of us. He didn't even bother to copy my HOA group. I found the letter belittling, condescending, unprofessional, and completely avoided answering my question on the flexibility we keep hearing. Is Tony Stewart not going to answer or respond to emails going forward? Do we hire a lawyer to talk to your lawyer? In Spalding's response, he wrote that he represented all of you reciting the rules and regulations of the city. He went on to bad example another HOA neighborhood and accused of illegally removing trees and accused and threatened city councilmen or two on conspiring to do it, in some way to shame me for asking. He stated the city disqualified the HOA Hueneme Coalition, stating it was not recognized by any of you. Hueneme Coalition is a group of individuals made up of this city's tax-paying residents, so the message is to disregard us. He also went on to advise in 4 points on how HOAs, unlike other residents, have the right to levy itself and the neighbors to collect monies needed to cover expenses assessed by the city, by those we've hired, or the monies that we needed to fix our common grounds. But he might as well have said that I personally need to come up with more money to pay city fees or to remove trees or repair change or other areas to our community, me and my other homeowners within my development. I'm trying to work within our current collection to make our annual budget, to not make the fees to at some point could outprice the cost of living there, especially for anybody who is intending to retire like I am. And to mention, my HOA is approved to remove 5 trees, no replacement wasn't my question. We love to say how our city looks lush in comparison to Oxnard, but maybe they look at us that we are irresponsible with our thirsty trees and the push to keep them. In closing, I will say that the city attorney should stay out of non-legal issues with the residents, and he should direct his comments and advice and lectures to city councilmen and let the city staff deal with us. I'm a resident here, and when I ask about process, I should be answered by whom I directed. If I can't get directions from who work at the Hueneme City, then who would you like me to go to? Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other?
Yes, next we have Jan Burke.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, City Council, staff of our friendly little city by the sea. My name is Jan Burke. I'm a resident of Hueneme, a board member of the Anakepa View Beach Homes, business owner of San Miguel Produce, and the chair of the Hueneme HOA Coalition. On behalf of the Hueneme Coalition, I am here tonight to support one of our members, Tracy J. This is a disappointing communications from our city. Our HOA Coalition members were taken back by the tone and substance of this correspondence. We asked ourselves why. What did she do? What did we do to deserve that kind of correspondence? The coalition today represents about 45% of the HOAs in Hueneme, with about 2,200 homeowners, about 4,000 voting residents. We pay well over $11 million in taxes. We also pay about $2 million or more in property taxes to the city of Hueneme, and that's just for our 45%. This is the city where we live. We support the businesses here. We care very much about the sustainability and the quality of life here. Yes, we're seriously invested in this city. The coalition is a grassroots organization. Its number one goal is to partner with our city, not fight it. We don't want to fight. So let me reiterate the message I shared with you last May. The goal and mission of the coalition is to provide Hueneme HOA representatives a forum to identify and address common issues and to collaborate with our local government officials in developing and implementing policies and projects that impact the HOAs and the quality of life of our overall city. I want to reemphasize again tonight. The HOA Coalition is committed to developing a positive and productive working relationship with our city officials. We have absolutely no interest in a fight with our city. We ask that you rethink and refocus on moving this coalition, this collaboration forward in a positive manner. Let's communicate with professional and positive tone to get things done. We may not always agree, but that's okay. We can work through these issues as long as we have an honest and clear communication. We do not want to see any more divisive communications sent to our citizens. If you have a problem with us or one of our members, pick up the phone and call. Call them, call me. I'm open to having a discussion if there's a problem with what we're doing. So I just want to close and say thank you for your time and your service. Let's work together toward the goal of making our city slogan a reality. The friendly little city by the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
Mayor, we have a couple other comments, but they're first items specific to the agenda, if you want to
Okay.
take them at that
So
time.
we'll handle those later on.
Yes, unless you have a general public comment? Oh, one more public comment.
Just wanted to continue on what I spoke about last week with regards to Hueneme High School. We had almost 100 Hueneme High School students this weekend help us with Hueneme beach cleanup, and it was awesome. Earlier this week, I was able to attend the Hispanic Heritage Telemundo live broadcast from Hueneme High School at 5 in the morning. It was amazing. And I don't care who you are, where you're from, if you could keep Hueneme High School's football schedule close to your heart. And I think they're playing at home this week. And if you can, come out and join them. And if you can't join Hueneme High School, look to other high schools, support high school athletics through our county. It's really good and it's a wonderful thing to do. And I'm a little biased towards Hueneme High School, so go Vikings.
I just had a point of reference. Maybe I can get some guidance on here. Each of the different councilmen have individual things that they would like to speak, and I'm just wondering what the balance is between whether we give these comments when it's time for our city council to make comments, which we all have the opportunity to do, or if we're going to be able to establish a procedure where all city councilmen, if they have things that they want to bring up, they come up as a citizen. Do you understand the concept?
I think I
just-
understand, and I don't see any reason why Councilman Gama couldn't share his comments during city council comments and save us some time in our
Nobody's here.
meeting agenda.
I'm just saying, if we're going to do that, we could set a precedent that we all probably have individual things that we would like to say
Yeah,
about and maybe get some thoughts on other people.
I don't mind if Councilmember Gama wants to speak before the meeting. I think most of us are gonna wait till the end anyways. I think we should just proceed with the meeting.
or you can ask for it to be put on the agenda at the end of the meeting.
Okay,
Or we could move council comments to the front of the agenda.
we could do that. So that's something for a discussion that we need to make.
But right now, we don't have this item on the agenda, so.
I know. We have a long agenda, and I think we all have some interesting things that we'd like to present to the community, and it's just, we need to have some consistency as to the manner that we do it, all or none, I guess. Okay. No other public comments tonight?
No, Mayor.
Any councilman? Okay. Okay, may I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda? Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
Mayor Rollins, can I ask that we move item 20, Park Avenue signage discussion to the front?
Okay. There's a motion by Councilman Gama to move item 20 to the front of the agenda. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a second. Can we have a roll call vote on that?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Abstain, I don't know where he's referring to the agenda.
Yes.
and yes. Okay, so that will be moved to,
After consent, I should have said,
okay.
or whatever you want.
City Clerk, please remind me when that comes up, that I need to bring that particular one up to the front.
Yes, Mayor.
So we're
Okay.
doing the consent agenda, correct, right now?
Yeah, it's,
And I would like to motion to move to pull number 10
Okay,
for discussion.
so what is 10 right now?
Council,
I'm just trying to, number 10 is the professional service agreement?
Yep.
Okay,
Councilmember
so,
Perez, sorry, I don't know if you want to wait. We're going to be recessing to the Housing Authority at this moment.
okay, but we're talking about the agenda, the regular agenda right now, the consent agenda, pulling things from that? We're not, okay. Okay, so it's the agenda overall. Okay. Okay, so with that in mind, we will now recess to the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority special meeting, and the time is now 6:53. Can we have a roll call for the Housing Authority special meeting?
Authority Member Blackwell. Authority Member Brown. Authority Member Gama.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Yes, here.
Authority Member Perez.
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Martinez.
present.
Chair Rollins.
Here.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Damn. Okay. Coming
Yeah,
from-
it's an understatement.
We will now consider, okay, now we will now hear general comments pertaining to items not on the Housing Authority agenda, including those written comments received by the city clerk. Do we have any comments?
No written comments, no comments on Zoom, and no comments that are present.
We will now consider items on the agenda, the Housing Authority agenda consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless authority members have a request to remove an item for discussion. Do you have any request to remove any item from discussion at this point? Okay. So may I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar for the Housing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
Vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so now we're gonna move directly on to item number 3, and that's the Mar Vista windows and door update. Will staff please present the report? Ms. Pasua.
Good evening, Chair Rollins, Vice Chairs Martinez, members of the board and staff. Mr. Perez, if you can please make me the presenter.
I didn't hear you real clearly, I'm sorry.
She needs Mr. Pretz to make her the.
Mr. Perez, if he can make me the presenter so I can present my item.
You should be good now, Gabby.
Thank you.
We need more volume, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So Gabby, you'll be making the presentation, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I can hear something from behind.
So if you can, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. So this evening, I'm going to be giving you a little update on the Housing Authority Mar Vista windows and doors. And please let me know if you can hear me or not. On July 8th, the project started. The vendor was out there getting all the preparations ready. On July 11th, that's when we first started with the first initial set of windows. At that time, we moved out 2 residents out to the nearby hotel. And we obviously had a little bit of hiccups in the beginning. the residents were complaining of noise and dust throughout. And the next picture here is, I wanted to give you an overview of what the construction looked like. The picture is of Unit 106, the studio. The next picture there to your right is what the studio looked like during construction. So as you can see, we did do our best to cover everything up in order to minimize the dust. The 5th floor, which was the first floor that got the replacements of the windows and doors, those were what I would call our test units. Those were the residents, which was 4 of them, which had to be out of their unit. They were out of their units from anywhere between a day to 3 days. After that, I am happy to report that we were able to start the process 1 unit at a time, sometimes even 2, without having the residents to leave for the evening. So as we progressed with the windows and doors, the contractor started moving faster and faster. And these are some examples of the work that was being done. And again, because of the building, there was a lot of caulking that needed to be done, a lot of cleaning that needed to be done. Overall, that is what the product looked like at the end. Currently, we are at 90% completed with this project. We do have a few windows that were defective, and those windows are expected to come in the first week of November. And as far as residents and whether or not, some of the complaints that we received from them, I am happy to report that most of them were very, very cooperative, very, very thankful. And I know we have our resident commissioners there, and I'd like to actually hear what their experience was, and maybe if they can share a little bit of how they thought the process went. Member Brown?
Yes, I was happy with the way everything went, and I'm very thankful that the windows finally got put in. And mine went very smooth, and I know there was a little noise, but you got to expect that, man. We're getting brand new windows. We should be appreciative, and I was, and I am. And I know I think they finished just about all the rooms. I think they just have the end windows to do, as far as I can see. But yes, I think it was very well done. And of course, it's a construction project, so I think it went well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. Mr. Blackwell, is there anything that you would like to add or about your experience through this project?
The only thing I have to add would be the workers were very courteous, and at that time, of course, they had to make a little bit of noise because it was construction going on. But other than that, they were very courteous and quick. I thought they took care of their business and got on down the road. They've got all the windows done on my row, except for just the end windows that aren't in the rooms. So I was very happy with it.
I'm glad to hear, and that has been the sentiment from our residents throughout this process. They were very, very great. Again, in the beginning, we did run into some issues, but it was issues that we were able to resolve fairly quickly. Again, we are 90% completed with this project. We anticipate to be done completely 100% by November 15th. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Authority, do we have any questions?
Thank you, Gabby, for the presentation, and really appreciate the fact that this is going to be done before wintertime. And congratulations on receipt of your new windows to all the Mar Vista residents. Thank you.
I had just 2 questions, Ms. Pessoa. One is, how many people did we actually have to put into hotels? It seems like the process moved really, really smoothly, and there was like a minimum that had to be moved. Did we have to move any, or was the process so smooth that they could all do it within the day?
The intent in the beginning was to move each resident out for a day. And fortunate, we only moved out 4 residents. By the time the contractors got in to the groove of things and started the construction process, everything went fairly smoothly. The tenants only had to leave for the day. Between 8 and 4 p.m., they had to be out of their units. So to answer your questions, we only 4 residents
Okay.
went to hotels.
My second question, and I know this has been a long time coming. I think when I first started council, this was kind of in the process. Can you explain the benefits that now that we have the windows in, how that will benefit the residents and any other type of benefits with the new windows put in?
So obviously the windows are energy efficient, which will not only benefit the residents as far as keeping their unit cool, warmer, especially now, right? I had a impromptu meeting with the resident council this morning, and where they were asking about maybe air conditioning for the building. And of course, because of the humidity for the past few weeks, it's been really, really they've been having a really hard time keeping those units cool. But with the windows, that should definitely help. Energy efficient. Not only that, but Member Brown's unit was probably one of the worst units that we had, where the windows were continuously off track. There was air coming through. We did our best to seal them, but again, when you're talking about windows that are 50 years old, they've met their lifespan. So I'm happy to report that the residents seem extremely happy and satisfied with the job that was performed. And these windows will, continue to be a benefit for many, many years to come.
Okay, at this point, are there any public comments regarding, we have some more questions, I'm sorry.
Just a comment regarding your question. Ms. Basua, thank you so much for the good work of you and your staff for finally getting these windows in. And I'm happy for the residents of Mar Vista to have those new windows. I put in new windows at my place several years back, and they don't only help conserve energy, but they also reduce noise. Is that the same findings you're experiencing? Is the reduction in noise?
Yes, and I see Member Brown shaking his head. Yes, definitely. Those are extremely some of the benefits that the residents are seeing due to the new windows.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, Councilperson Perez?
No question. Just thank you, Director Basua, for getting that done. Thank you for your report.
Okay, the way this is divided up, we have questions, now we have comments. So are there any additional comments regarding this particular item? Yes.
I have a comment to add. I would like to thank the mayor and the councilmen members, councilwomen too, for helping us get the windows in. It's been a while, it took a while, but things do take a while. I understood that. And I also want to mention a special thanks to Will Berg, who was a mayor at the time when this first came up. And if it wasn't for him, I don't think the windows would have been put in. It wouldn't have been possible without him. So I want to give a special thanks to him and all the council people again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from our council or members of the authority at this point?
I have one more comment.
Oh, okay, sure.
I have a comment that's not related to the windows. I just want to ask a question. I don't want an answer. I'm not. But can I bring that up now, or should I bring it up later?
Go for it.
Okay. Several people have come to me at Mar Vista, and they were asking about, a while back, our power went out completely. Everything went out. Some were concerned about, I think I remember when I first moved in, when the power went out, there was a couple of lights that would stay on in the hallway so we could see. Emergency lights went on. And we also have emergency outlets that are painted red at the end of the hallway for people that are on oxygen or need some type of machine running. Well, they told me that nothing was working, not even the outlets. No emergency lights went on. And the elevators don't work, so there's people that are in wheelchairs.
Sure.
And they have trouble getting down the stairs, and the lights in the stairs were not on either. So I just wanted to bring that up, and maybe we can discuss that or get an answer later. I'm not asking for an answer now. I just wanted to bring that up because they've been asking me.
So,
If I know this is not an agendized item, but I do have an answer now. If Mr. Spalding can let me know if I can answer, or I can also come back at a later time with an answer.
I think
I would recommend following up offline.
Okay? We will follow up offline.
Okay, great. So, with all the public comments, we have a recommendation to receive and file this. Madam Clerk, can we take a vote?
I'll make a motion to approve and receive and file the report.
Second.
Okay.
And just for the record, there were no public comments for this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Okay, so the time is now 7:08, and we will adjourn.
Did you actually cover authority members' reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items?
You're right, I did not.
Okay.
So do we have any?
Just like to request that we get a future agenda item to address this emergency situation when the power goes out.
Okay.
Make sure that we have an alternative to get the elevator working, because I do understand that some people would have a very hard time getting down
I'll
stairs.
second that.
Okay, thank you.
So you take a vote on that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
So are there any other future agenda items that the authority would like to add at this point in time? Okay, so hearing none, we will now reconvene the meeting at 7:09. So we're now on the regular city council meeting. I think is this the time that one agenda item will be brought to the front, correct?
It was said after the consent calendar. So after you approve the consent calendar, then you'll hear item number 20.
Okay, so we'll then now move to number 4, presentations. City Manager Charles Peretz, you're going to be making a presentation on the Hueneme Heroes Proclamation, honoring Jason Johnson.
So I'll ask Mr. Johnson to come up to the podium and join me and the mayor. As the council may recall, a few meetings ago, we honored Mr. Johnson as the 2022 Hueneme Hero honoree. He was also recognized at the Hueneme Beach Festival this year in late August, and his accomplishments speak for themselves. He also has his picture and name on our plaque right in front of City Hall. And I'll go through reading of the proclamation, and then Mayor, maybe you can hand it to him, and I will take a photo of you two shaking hands. 2022 Hueneme Heroes, Jason Johnson. Whereas the City of Port Hueneme established the Hueneme Heroes Award to honor persons or groups who embody community values and have made extraordinary community contributions. And whereas Jason Johnson has had a positive impact on Hueneme Beach for more than 20 years. And whereas Mr. Johnson has taught hundreds of individuals life-saving techniques that have enhanced the safety of beachgoers, and whereas Mr. Johnson's leadership has enhanced the City of Port Hueneme Ocean Lifeguard Program and professional development of the employees supporting that program, and whereas Mr. Johnson has overcome various challenges associated with a life-changing injury, and whereas Mr. Johnson was unanimously recommended for the Hueneme Heroes Award by the City of Port Hueneme Citizens Advisory Commission and unanimously awarded the honor by the City Council, and whereas Mr. Johnson was formally recognized at the 2022 Hueneme Beach Festival, has a framed portrait in the City Hall lobby and his name inscribed on the Hueneme Heroes plaque celebrating his accomplishments, and whereas the City of Port Hueneme is proud of Mr. Johnson and is thankful for his extraordinary community contributions, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes and honors Jason Johnson as the 2022 Hueneme Heroes Award recipient and commends his contributions.
I just want to make a note, at the Hueneme Beach Festival, I got caught up, and I didn't give Jason an opportunity to say something. And this time, in front of all of you, Jason, would you like to say a few things?
I'm just very grateful to be a part. Hueneme means a lot to me. I grew up here and I lifeguarded for many years, and so yeah, this means a lot. So thank you, council. Thank you all city staff, and yeah, it's very humbling, but thank you.
Yeah. I just want to make up, my profession was in recreation and parks, and I would have died to have an employee like you who should show so much initiative and been so proactive as far as getting new things going and stuff like that. And you just didn't take status quo. You've really added a lot to our community. And so, I just feel good about that. So thank you.
Before the parts, would you get a handshake photo?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, you may.
Jason Johnson, when I nominated you, I couldn't think of anybody better for this award than you. And I really am impressed with your recovery and the new dynamic that you bring to Hueneme Beach. And I've told you so many times before, keep working hard, keep smiling, and keep being an example for everybody out there that has challenges. And thank you very much for your dedication to our little town.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, wanted to agree with Councilman Gama's comments and say thank you, Jason, for your good work and keep it up. And thank you for protecting our beaches out there. And thank you to your staff as well.
Congratulations, Jason, and you are definitely a testament to someone who perseveres through difficulties and struggle, and you never gave up, and that's definitely something that you can be a leader in our community for. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Appreciate you very much.
So that's a real positive way to move into the next one. We are now going to make a presentation on the Banana Festival proclamation, and I'm going to call on Council Member Perez to. I'm sorry, Perez, not Perez, Perez.
Fine. So we'll read the proclamation in honor of the Banana Festival. Whereas the 9th Annual Banana Festival will be held at the Port of Hueneme on September 24th, 2022, after a 2-year COVID-related hiatus. And whereas the Banana Festival was created by Commissioner Jess J. Ramirez and CEO and Port Director Kristen Decas to highlight the various contributions and positive impact the port has made locally, regionally, and across the world. And whereas the port operations support the community by bringing $2.2 billion in economic activity and creating over 20,000 trade-related jobs. And whereas the trade through the Port of Hueneme generates more than $173.2 million in direct and related state and local taxes, which fund vital community services. And whereas the Port Port Authority began over 80 years ago with a mission to provide California's Central Coast agricultural community with an ocean link to the global market. And whereas the Banana Festival is a way to bring people out in a fun way to see and appreciate the port and learn more about its operations and its vital economic role in Ventura County. And whereas the City Council desires to join the celebration and support of the Banana Festival. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby encourage the community to go bananas at the Port of Hueneme Banana Festival and celebrate the diverse working port.
Do we have anybody from the port here at this point in time?
I don't think so,
We
but we
have-
can present it at the.
So
I'm
have
really
some comments.
excited for the Banana Festival because I get to participate as a tenant of the Port of Hueneme because my employer is Yara International, and it's an amazing place, and we get to distribute fertilizer to help grow products throughout California, and it's a wonderful place. And just so you know, it's non-combustible urea-based fertilizer. Thank you. Look forward to being there.
Okay, we will be presenting this to them next weekend at the actual festival. I just comment, my family looks forward to it from all over to come to the Banana Festival, and we encourage you all to be a part of it. We have some really neat things happening in Port Hueneme, this one being one of them.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question. I believe the presentation is going to take place on Saturday at 12. Is that correct?
I do not have a specific time, but I will find out and report
Okay,
back.
I thought I received an email saying it was going to be at noon. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to the consent calendar agenda. We will consider items on the consent calendar which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. At this point in time, we have some requests. Councilperson Hernandez.
Yes, I'd like to request that we pull item number 9, adoption of city resolution establishing the GAN appropriation limit.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Number 9, vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
So we're-
I'd like to make a motion to approve all items except 9 and 10 after
Was there another item that we were going to pull, or just that particular one?
10.
For discussion.
Okay, and what is number 10?
Professional service agreement with MV Chang and Associates.
Okay, okay. So, okay, so do we have a motion then to approve the rest of them by Councilperson Gama? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
All
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Okay, so
Hearing- Sorry, hearing none, motion passes.
okay. So now we can move on to number 9, to have some conversation on that. And that's the, okay, so.
Yeah,
Hold that, so.
Yes, thank you. You know, when I looked at this item, and I was reading through it, yesterday, I thought this was a really good teaching opportunity for our city council and our members of the community to understand, you know, some of the nuances in our tax system. And I just wanted to ask, Ms. Acera, our finance director, if she would kind of give us a little bit background of, why we have this particular appropriation limit on our taxes. I think it's important for us to understand this.
So this is a limit per Article 13B of the California State Constitution, and is referred to as the GAN limit or as the appropriations limit. And it was adopted by California voters in 1979, and it places a limit on the amount of tax proceeds that a local agency or governmental agency can receive in a specific year, appropriate and spent. And it's specific to tax proceeds. So there's other tax revenues that are not included as part of this limit. And each year from the beginning of 1978, 79, when it was approved, basically the limit is adjusted every year by 2 factors. And one is the per capita growth and the population growth. Those are provided by the state every year. The city has always used the population growth for Ventura County. Based on the calculation now, we're still over. So when I do the calculation, our limit and revenue for the year is 15.4 million, 15.473. Our estimated revenue from those taxes that are subject to the limit is 14.4. And so we're still below by $1 million. We were, went back and looked at historical. We were our gap was a lot larger before, and that's because we have revenues, sales tax revenues from cannabis and also Measure U. So all those revenues, our revenues have grown. And so our limit, we're still within that limit. And there's other calculations that if one year we're at the limit or we exceed the limit, we can do an average. There's also some stipulations. If there's an emergency, we don't include those revenues. So there's other calculations that we as a city have not had to do. But based on the budget that we have for next year, we're well within that limit.
So I understand back in 1979, the thinking then was that this this measure prevents local governments and special districts from overcharging taxpayers in their certain taxes, right? And if we do go over the limit, then that money gets reimbursed to the taxpayers.
If we go over and it's adjusted by like this year, the adjustment factor was 7.5% because of the per capita growth. And so it should follow the increase in taxes, right? We're collecting more taxes, our factor goes up. But yeah, if we were in a situation where we go over the limit, there's a calculation and we have to refund 50%. There's a stipulation to schools, the other 50% back to the taxpayers.
So we have, we're below the limit by $1 million. What happens to that $1 million? Where does it go?
Well, really it doesn't, our limit is 15.4 million. So that means we can receive taxes up to 15.4, revenue from taxes and spend those.
So there's not an actual fund
No,
pot of money
but we're
there.
only expecting to receive 14.
I see.
So we're still below.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did we do this last year?
We do it every year. Typically it should go with the budget, like the 2-year budget, but because our 2-year budget, we don't have all the numbers for the following year. But we did one for 21 when we did the 2-year budget. We had it typically is attached to the budget.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I don't recall, it was discussed during the budget, so that's why it drew my curiosity. But thank you so much for the
No
background
problem.
on this. It's very interesting to me.
I had a question. Theoretically, if we brought in, say, 16 million or over the amount, and you say it goes back to the taxpayers, in what manner does that go back to the taxpayers?
If we brought over the 15 by, whatever the dollar amount is, then there's an opportunity to do an average as well. So there's another set of calculations that we would do before it goes back to the taxpayers. We would do an average of 2 years, and if we're still over, then there's a set of calculations to go back to the taxpayers. So the amount that goes back to the taxpayers is 50% of it, and the other 50% goes back to the schools. And there's specific restrictions to how we send it back to school.
Would it go back in the
To
form
the-
of like a rebate or how?
I would have to, I quite honestly, we would have to contact the state to figure out exactly how we send it back. It's
But that-
probably the
but that's never
taxpayers,
happened,
for
right?
the taxpayers, it would be in the form of either, we could do a reduction in taxes. Yeah.
Okay. I have no more questions unless any of my colleagues have any. If not, I'd like to recommend approval.
Okay, there's a move to approve number 9.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
So now we'll move on to number 10, and that was pulled by Councilperson Gama. Was it, or you?
Me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilperson Perez, I'm sorry.
Yes, so it was my understanding that we hired an application specialist specifically to apply new programs, amongst other things. What is the need for hiring an outside contract?
Yes, so the contract staff would be resources for the actual implementation of the ERP system. So it would not be specific to IT. It's specific to backfilling positions as staff is doing the implementation. So basically for the implementation, for every phase of the implementation, we have to do dual duties. So for example, for payables, we have to run the payables in two systems several times. So before we get there, we have to obviously set the system up. And so that's the purpose of the staff person that we're planning to bring on board, is to help with staffing duties ongoing, daily, I should say, during the implementation period, during the different phases as needed.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may just add a little bit onto that. On Wednesday, we will have a kickoff for one of the most comprehensive, in-depth transition in the financial system that a city can do when we start our ERP, our enterprise resource planning software conversion. In order to do that, we have to not only start to replicate the financial actions and details on one system, but we have to start to mirror that in another system. We are also short our deputy finance director, and so this position will assist in keeping the lights running, so to speak, as the volume of effort for the finance department in particular is really increased for the next 6 months or so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do a motion to approve number 10?
Okay, there's a motion to approve number 10. Do we have a second? Okay. Roll call vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Okay. We're going to now move on to number 15 on the agenda.
Mayor, now
Oh.
would be the appropriate time to take item number 20.
Oh, this would be, okay. So item number 20 on the agenda is the, I just want to get the Park Avenue signage discussion. And so will staff please present a report?
I'm going to have to defer to our Community Development Director, Mr. Stewart, who will give a little bit of background and history on the ordinance that created this parking restriction.
Good evening. Thank you. So this is an item that was presented to the city and implemented back in 1993. And it was presented at the time and implemented because of there were issues with regard to the use of the park and how it was being used and how it was affecting the residents at the time. So up until recently, every year it's been working just fine, but we understand that there may be some issues at this point. So that's why we're here this evening, to have this discussion and see if we want to continue this program or to eliminate the restricted parking along Bubbling Springs.
So, okay, so we'll say, get some questions right at this point. Councilperson Gama.
I'm a little disappointed that there's no material to read so that everybody could have a really good understanding of what we're talking about. I live next to a park that I'm not supposed to mention, but imagine if I came here and said, I don't want people who are coming to the park to park in front of my house. I think you all would throw me out of here, and rightfully so. And so for 24 years, and this came up prior to COVID, and then COVID kind of dampered it down. And then I thought I understood it, but I really didn't understand it. But the bottom line is, at Park Avenue, there's a sign, there's an ordinance that says you can't park here on Saturday and Sunday and holidays between 11 and 6 p.m. And unless you have a permit. And so I just couldn't believe that. First of all, I want to apologize that I wasn't able to understand this 3 or 4 years ago. But the bottom line is, the sign basically says, we don't want you to park here, and we don't want you to use this park. And I was hoping that we were going to have a straight up action on this item tonight to decide. This policy has been in place for 24 years, and people have given up on our city. People have been so used to it, they've abandoned our city, and they're saying, you know what, I'm not going to participate in sports there. And the way this came up, I was driving by on a Saturday, and I was so excited to see all the family engagement, blankets, strollers, grandparents, brothers, sisters, cousins, baseball games going on. I called the president of the league to congratulate her, and she's in the middle of writing me a rant because multiple tickets had been given to people from outside the area who were coming to a park on a Saturday to watch their kids play baseball from outside the area. And I think this is just, I think it's our job as a policy-making body is to make policy and also to identify bad policy that may be out there and then correct it. And so now that I fully understand, I believe this is a bad policy. And I believe we need to reverse it, and I would like to see an action so that we could actually vote, reverse this policy and allow grandparents, grandchildren, parents.
So
and
then make a motion to do so.
we can't, it's not an action item.
Okay, right now, initially we were supposed to ask questions and then move on to comments. It seems to be a amalgamation of both. So with that in mind, do we have any questions and comments?
Yeah, I do. For Mr. Stewart, I can see over there. So what groups does this, should we decide to take action, maybe at a future meeting, what groups are actually affected by the proposed change that our Councilman Gomez referring to?
Primarily, it would just be the residents along that portion of Bubbling Springs.
And I understand there was a letter that's gone out to let them know that there's a possible change to this sign?
There was a courtesy notice sent to the folks that annually receive a pass.
Okay.
Just to make them aware of this. But the idea is that this can be a decision-making item this evening.
Okay.
And staff really has no qualms either way. We're just asking for direction at this point.
Okay. Well, excuse me, I believe I still have the floor. Yeah, when I first heard of this issue, and I heard of it in various ways, I wondered why it couldn't just be handled administratively, but I understand that the city council way back when had decided that that's why it had to come back to us. And it couldn't be something that the city manager just dealt with at his level. Is that true?
Yeah, when this came to our attention, or my attention, about 3 or 4 months ago, when we researched the ordinance, it described the justification for the restrictions, and it prescribed a pass, a way of doing business. And so from that time forward, the residents received a pass, and then certain users of the park also received a different pass. So we had two organizations. We had Community Services and Recreation issuing passes primarily to Little League, and then we had Community Development issuing passes free to these residents that were affected by what was described as noise and inability to park, and guests not being, able to come to their homes, those type of things. In the ordinance, it also said that there would be a trial period. Unfortunately, we could not find any further documentation that the trial period had been terminated and how the trial period was terminated. So was it to continue or not? So in absence of a trial period termination or extension, we brought it to council to determine the outcome of this trial period of 24 years.
Okay. Yeah, that's a long time, and lack of oversight on previous administrations. It's interesting how all of a sudden this has become an issue. I'm just concerned about what the change will mean for residents, and what the outcome will be if we decide to revoke the sign and revoke their passes. So I want to make sure we're clear on what happens.
Okay, the way we're going to probably do this right now is I'm going to have each of the different councilmen make a comment, which would have actually come afterward, but then we'll move into public comments too. Or would we like to hear from the public comments, or do we want to continue comments from all the council at this point? Which seems to be the course that we're taking.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor, under Rosenberg Rules of Order, when we have a staff presentation, we have the opportunity to ask questions. then you can accept a motion, and then we can have a discussion.
Point of order, it's not a staff presentation. If you look at your binder, it's blank.
Okay.
It's blank. It's a
So-
business item. And so if I may, I would just like to make the point that if you're a grandparent and your grandchild's having a bad day and it's a Saturday and City Hall's closed and you decide to go to the park to throw the ball to relieve the stress in your family, you could get a ticket, and that's wrong. And I don't really care what the justification was 24 years ago. I'm looking forward. I think it's a bad policy, and I think we need to reverse it and make it a good policy so that people could use the park and not be ticketed
Right,
on a
we-
Saturday, Sunday, or holiday. And I will also add, on a holiday in front of my house, there's a church group that comes every year, takes over my whole cul-de-sac, and I love it. And yeah, I have to park around the street sometimes. And is it an inconvenience? Yes. But I chose to buy a house next to a park.
We're- Okay, so
Okay.
so we're going to move on to continue. Every councilman's getting an opportunity to make some comments at this point.
So the only comment I have is we can't do anything until the end when it comes up to council member agenda, and we can put it on the agenda to have it brought back to us to make a decision. So,
Do you have any comments?
No, I think I think Mr. Stewart said that we can take action on tonight, and if that's the case, then I move to take down the ordinance.
I don't think we can
No,
make an action tonight. Mr. Stewart, well,
Mr.
city
Mayor,
attorney, I
just
don't think we can make an
before
action.
there's any motions made, I think we should take public comment first.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to make my comments.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of a long time coming to kind of change this ordinance. I actually had a personal experience when I went to the opening day, and Ms. Bolo made me aware that make sure that I park in the right spot, because I just assumed that you could park right next to the park to go and participate in park activities. And my 35 years of experience working for cities, you don't knock out parking for a public facility, not only for the Little League, but everybody else who might want to use that facility. That's why you have parks. I remember running into an experience one time before where people were concerned that there was too much activity and they were making too much noise. And again, that's why you move to a park, because people are going to use it, not so you can look out at nice trees. And so those are my sentiments on it right now. And then also, I think, to me, it's somewhat of an administrative nightmare. I don't think anybody, even within our city, is too happy about having to issue a whole lot of permits to the Little League and then have them disperse it out and maybe miss somebody who happens to be visiting a grandparent or something to that. So, I mean, but again, those are my comments on that particular. At this point in time, I'd like to hear from the public, if they have any public comments regarding this particular issue.
If I can have Sylvia Ortiz come up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sylvia Ortiz. I'm a Port Hueneme resident, close to 30 years now. I was here in 1993. We moved into our home, and at the time when they changed the ordinance of the park, and we were not happy about it. But I'm sorry to say I'm one of those that said, oh, well, I have to just do it. It's the city. I was new here at the time. I'm in here in support of taking down that sign. I've been there at the park several times with my grandkids trying to park, and we couldn't have no parking because there's only a certain section that you can park for free. And then you have to have a permit. And on a Saturday, we cannot get permits at the city. So I'm here in support to take down those signs. It's time now. People are upset that we've had this for so long. So now I think it's time, and I applaud you for bringing that to us. And I hope it does get on the agenda, so that way we can vote on that. You can vote on that. So I'm hoping that it is taken away. And I'm almost sure many other family members will be here on that day also. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments at this?
Yes,
for
we
this
have Anna
discussion?
Bolo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, and all the guests here. And thank you, Sylvia, for coming out and supporting this cause. So I know that this has been in place for a really long time. It makes absolutely no sense. I know some of you have never been aware of the issue. I've brought up the issue to City Council in 2018. In 2013, when I first joined the Little League as a parent, I used to get 2 passes. We used to have to submit our license plate numbers so that we could get 2 passes. I used to give mine to my parents, and I used to go park on Evergreen. In 2017, when I came on board to the league, I couldn't imagine the amount of work that it takes just to give out passes. We have now about 330 kids. Now, imagine having to distribute that to all the parents, different families. It's a nightmare. Not just the amount of money that the city has to spend on the individual parking passes, which only last us through the regular season. We interleague with other leagues throughout the rest of the year. We have tournaments, and we have to give out these passes to other people. Unfortunately, we're only allotted a certain amount of tickets. So the rest of the time, I have to design the parking pass. I have to submit it to our Park and Recs manager, who then has to submit it to parking enforcement to approve. I then have to create a little flyer, cut it out, and pass it out to all the people. This past Sunday, we started our fall ball season. We interleague with Moore Park, with Conejo Valley, and with Sunset. We don't get a higher rise of people coming to the park more than just our group, because we swap out our teams. They go over there, they come over here. There's plenty of parking. The ordinance just makes absolutely no sense. In 2018, I asked, put parking meters, just like how we have them at the beach. If somebody passes by, they see a big machine, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, do I need a parking pass? It is sad. It is sad, and I've recorded it. I have it on video. To go on a weekend, and we have Park and Recs at one corner of the park. The rest of the park is completely empty up until you get to the Little League, and it's full of kids. It's full of families. If you guys have the ability to make a change, please do so today. Please be engaged with our community. Some of you guys I have seen out there, I thank you guys for coming out. I know you guys are all really busy, but it's been years. You guys are sitting at the council and not coming out. Come speak to me. I'm a phone call away. You call me, I will answer. But again, when we're the ones having to deal with all of these families complaining about the city, it is not our responsibility to take care of our city. It's up to all of us, but you guys have the power to make the change. So I would appreciate you guys do that today. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question and a comment from Councilperson Perez.
Oh, I just have a comment. It's regardless of whoever's using the park, I think it's silly that we have a ban on parking because some residents don't like noise from a park, and that's where this came from, is because they didn't like the noise that was happening at a park. Well, you live next to a park. It should be assumed that there's going to be children playing in noise at some point in time. But I would like to ask a question to Mr. Spalding or our city manager, whether this is a business item. Are we allowed to take action on it right now, or do we have to put it on the agenda?
Councilmember Perez, this is Kevin Spalding. This is a business item. Any direction given by council is within their discretion. So for example, if council wanted to provide direction to repeal or amend an ordinance to eliminate this policy, that's entirely within your discretion.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to,
Well, I had a comment too.
Okay,
I would like to make a motion to repeal this ordinance and change the time allotted maybe from 10 to 6 in the morning.
No, I think we should repeal the ordinance and make it like all our other beach and other parks.
Which is
right?
no
okay,
overnight
wait,
parking.
Councilperson
that's what I
Hernandez, you had a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to support the motion to direct staff. Well, I was going to ask for staff to come back with a new ordinance repealing that provision for the parking sign. So it was pretty similar to what Councilwoman Perez is saying here.
I guess my,
But I do want to comment that we weren't here in 2018. If we were here in 2018, we probably would have done it. And I don't know why that city council at the time didn't. But I'm fully supportive of removing the sign and having it changed so that it prohibits overnight parking.
Yes.
And allows people to park during the day and use the park.
Okay, so that's my motion.
so the motion is second, well then, will staff then have to come back with a actual repeal?
We will have to construct a new ordinance with that language specific in it, which would eliminate the permitting requirements, and it would establish a different zone of hours associated with parking on the overnights.
And my question might be, if it came back, it wouldn't come back till the next council meeting, this approval of this.
Point of order.
Well, let me ask him a question, then you can make a point of order.
I think you could do it two ways. If you wanted to terminate the ordinance tonight, you could do that. And then the second part of that would be to create a new ordinance that establishes those set of hours.
Okay, so I amend my motion to terminate the ordinance starting today and have staff bring back a new ordinance with the language previously discussed.
I'll second that.
Second.
No,
Now point at what, you have a comment?
there should be no discretion on moving forward, and the parking situation at Bubbling Springs should be the same as Miranda Park and the Beach Park.
Which
Are we
is no
clear?
overnight parking, correct?
Right? Okay, so we're going to have the same parking rules for all our parks,
Correct.
and it ends tonight. And there'll be no tickets on Saturday,
Sunday. Thank you.
Sunday.
Oh, we need to.
It may take a little bit of time to remove the signs, but we will not enforce.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, is the motion clear enough for you?
So I have a motion and a second.
Yes.
We have a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll do roll call. Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
And who says government doesn't move quickly? Okay.
Yeah, right.
So now we will move back to, I guess, let's see, where are we at then? Help me out.
Item 15.
Public hearing.
Number 14?
15.
15, okay. So we will now have a public hearing on the planned development and conditional use permit number PHCU 849, major modification number 1, and development agreement number PHDA 850, major modification 1, for the Wheelhouse Cannabis Consumption Lounge located on 521 West Channel Islands Boulevard. The public hearing is now open, and it's at 7:50 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose at this time, or at all? Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Will staff please present the report? And I think it's Mr. Stewart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do we need a?
Call it point of privilege when you want to ask for the air conditioner to.
Getting hot in here, folks.
No, I'm just explaining when he got up, he should have asked for point of privilege.
Okay. Anyway, at this point, Mr. Stewart, can you make your presentation?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor, Council. I'll be sitting up here for the next few items. So this, as you mentioned, is a conditional use permit and development agreement major modification. And this is dealing with our first cannabis consumption lounge here in the city, which would be owned and operated by Wheelhouse. Allegedly, this is working. Or not. Still alleged. Well, I can say next. Okay. All right. Well, as I mentioned, the applicants are Wheelhouse, and these are Zahir Lalji and Sergio Berga, who are both here this evening. And they're requesting to operate the city's first cannabis consumption lounge in conjunction with their existing Wheelhouse Cannabis Dispensary, which is located at 521 West Channel Islands Boulevard. The dispensary is actually within suites 1 through 4, and the lounge would be next door in suites 5 and 6. The site is zoned commercial or C1, and we do allow cannabis uses in that zone subject to approval of a conditional use permit, development agreement, and certificate of approval. It's also consistent with the general plan land use designation of commercial. Next slide, please. And the applicants obtained what we call an amended conditional certificate of approval back on July 28th, 2022. And it was amended because they've already been vetted through the process, as the council well knows, as part of their Wheelhouse dispensary. And so this was basically focused on the operations of the proposed cannabis lounge. Next slide, please. And just real quick as a reminder, surrounding uses to the north are Harbor Lights residential community. To the south is West Channel Islands Boulevard with the Navy bases golf course beyond that. To the east and west would be similar commercial uses. And the nearest school is over 3,200 feet away, which is Marina West Elementary in Oxnard. There are no changes proposed to the site plan itself. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, the aerial for everybody right there on the corner of Wheelhouse and Channel Islands is the subject site. Next slide, please. So just to recap for everybody, because this is our first cannabis lounge, I won't get into this with our subsequent ones, but for this evening, the City Council approved an amended ordinance back in March 21st, and that was to allow a maximum of 5 consumption lounges, which should be operated in the city in conjunction with existing dispensaries. And the reason why was because it was to help the city stay competitive in the growing cannabis market here in Ventura County. As I mentioned, this is our first subject application. And there's a discussion coming up with regard to how the business operations will be in compliance with our new regulations. Next slide, please. So each main bullet there is what the council had decided to require for cannabis lounges. And the first would be that the lounge would be operated by a dispensary currently in business in the city. And this will be operated by the Wheelhouse folks. The next bullet there would be that the lounges would be located immediately adjacent to or within the existing dispensary. And although there will be no direct access between the Wheelhouse dispensary and the lounge, they are right next to each other and will be serviced through the primary ordering system in the dispensary itself. Next slide, please. The lounges are required to be member only. As you recall, actually, we modeled this after what Wheelhouse was proposing at the time and what is proposing still this evening. And that would be to allow the city and the management of the lounge to have better control over their clientele, including behavior, limiting intoxication, the number of patrons, making sure that they abide by all regulations, take Uber, Lyft, whatever. And so, as I mentioned in the staff report, the lounge will be open to members only. Members will be required to buy the all house rules, otherwise they will be disqualified from membership. There are several tiers of membership. Members will be required to reserve their spot within the lounge, and this will enable Wheelhouse to control the number of patrons in the lounge at any time. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are several tiers of membership. There's the regular monthly, which is $100 per month for 30 hours worth of visits, or VIP, which is $200 a month for unlimited hours worth. And there's also the one-time guest option, which is $5 per visit for a 30-minute long visit to the lounge, and that would be only on a first-come, first-served basis, whereas the regular memberships could reserve their time in the lounge. All guests will be greeted by a receptionist as they walk in. There's a receptionist area that I'll show you on the floor plan in a few minutes. And the receptionist will verify the customer's reservation as well as verify their membership and make sure that the patrons are 21 years of age or older. And the last bullet there on this page is that there would be a cap of 5 lounges allowed in the city, and if approved, this would be the first one in the city, so it's not in conflict with the cap. Just to let you know, we do have another application in process right now, and it should be hopefully coming to you by the end of the year. Next slide, please. And with regard to lounges needing to be regulated within, with regard to operations, odor control, et cetera, in the same manner as a dispensary, the Wheelhouse Lounge will be operated as such. They will have a complex closed-loop HVAC system to eliminate or reduce odors. They will have additional security for the lounge, in addition to the security they already have on their campus. The products deliveries, for instance, will be the same as it is for the dispensary right now. So the folks operating the dispensary are already well versed in the regulations for running a dispensary in not only compliance with our regulations, but as well as with the state DCC's regulations. Next slide, please. And just a few other options or optional information here would be the operating hours are 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, which is per our new ordinance regulations. However, last call would occur at 9 p.m. And lounge policies will require that the cannabis items be sold in single serving amounts only, which allows the server to better evaluate the customer after each purchase to determine if they're intoxicated or not. There will be prepackaged non-cannabis food and beverage products, but there will be no food preparation occurring on the site. No outside cannabis or paraphernalia will be allowed, so somebody who wants to use a heat stick, for instance, will need to rent them from the lounge. They cannot bring their own. And any other substances, such as alcohol, would not be allowed in the lounge. And customers can only consume their cannabis at their designated reserved area. They can't just wander around the lounge consuming cannabis, nor can they consume it outside of the lounge. And the members will be required to sign a membership agreement that requires them to use a ride service if the lounge staff determines they're too intoxicated to drive. And if a patron violates this policy, they'll immediately be banned from returning to the lounge, and the police department will be called also.
Tony, may I ask a question? Did you say except tobacco or such as tobacco? Because I heard you say such as.
No, alcohol. So tobacco potentially could be allowed, but that's the only outside substance that could be allowed for use in the lounge itself.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So this is the site plan, again, showing the building in relationship to the parking lot. Again, nothing is being changed with regard to the site plan. And next slide, please. And just the building itself showing where the lounge will be. Basically, it'll be towards the center as well as to the basically the west side facing Wheelhouse. And next slide, please. And just more elevations. There will be no change to the elevations themselves. And this is the floor plan of the proposed lounge. 2 suites will be combined into one. And looking from basically from right to left, the door in the center is the entrance into the lounge area and the reception area. The top area is going to be the primary consumption area. And then to the bottom, to the what would be the left of the entry door, would be kind of like they call the back room, which would be a more intimate consumption lounge. And then the area in red is for the employees only, basically, where you've got the bar, And then there is a restroom that will be available to the public. And then on the bottom left corner is the manager's office. And next slide, please. And these are a couple of renderings. So this would be the main, what they call the front seating area that was on the top of the floor plan they showed you. You'll see the bar in the back there and some of the proposed seating areas. And you see the kiosk where the receptionist would be located. And then next slide, please. And this would be what they call the back area, or that more intimate area. Again, kind of on the top, you can see the receptionist standing there, and then this again would be a smaller consumption area. Next slide, please. And so with regard to development agreements, again, the city doesn't have a tax, so we have a development agreement in place. In this case, we would be having a supplemental development agreement to the originally approved development agreement for the Wheelhouse Dispensary, again, to consider the purview of the Cannabis Consumption Lounge at this point. And similar to the Wheelhouse Dispensary Development Agreement, the business owners are still going to be required to pay that contractual payment to 5% of their gross revenues to the city's general fund, maintain all their books and records, and pay for up to 2 audits per year, and obtain their certificate of occupancy for the consumption lounge within a year of development agreement becoming effective. And the next slide, please. So the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act because, again, it is an existing business suites being converted into a retail uses similar to other such uses, and there'll be no expansion of use beyond the existing use at the time of approval here, or action, I should say. And next slide, please. And then these are the gross revenues that are proposed just for the lounge itself. They're roughly about 25% of what the dispensary currently makes. In your staff report, I had tables which showed the a comparison of what the dispensary's revenues currently are expected to be versus the lounge. But the lounge is, again, looking at a little over 1 million for the first year, a little over 1.5 for the second, and a little over 2 million in revenues for year 3. And what that means is, with regard to that 5% payment, about a little over 48,000 for year 1, 73,000 for year 2, and just under 95,000 for year 3 are the estimated revenues that would be received by the city. Next slide, please. And so the recommendation again this evening is to open the hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence, close the hearing and consider this evidence. After considering the evidence, adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit PHCU-849 major modification number 1, introduced by title only and waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting development agreement for Westside Professional Management LLC between them and the city. And finally, to take such additional related action as may be desirable. And that concludes my staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, again, the applicants also are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, just to kind of go over the thing, we can ask questions now, not make comments, but we can ask questions now. Then it will be up to the public to make comments, and then we can make comments thereafter. Just so at this point, questions to Mr. Stewart, or to perhaps Mr. Z.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
If we go in this direction, can we curtail beach cannabis flower events? I mean, can we, or because I think this is a better option than doing these so-called 21 and over events at the beach that exclude other people. So would we be able to amend the ordinance to direct this activity to lounge type?
If I may, Mayor, those events are special use permits that the council will approve independently. So the council has the ability to never approve
I
one of those
understand that,
events.
but can we, in approving this, can we put a kibosh on those type events that recently occurred down at the beach?
I'm not sure if we could do it.
Councilmember-
on this
That's a
particular-
question.
This is City Attorney Spalding. This is a public hearing item on a discretionary use permit and development agreement. The only consideration, the only action council can take tonight on this item is specific relating to the applicant and whether or not the applicant has satisfied the criteria to be issued this permit. Broader actions are inappropriate on a public hearing.
So my question will go unanswered.
The blunt answer to your question is no, the council cannot change its policies here because that question is not before the council.
Okay, questions, Councilperson Hernandez?
Yeah, this is a question regarding the building next door. See if you wanted to come up, or Mr. Bahur, if you want to come up. So I'm talking with some of the businesses next door. I'm sorry, you're on a cane today. You okay?
Yeah, just some gout.
Oh. The building, in talking to businesses next door to your place of business, I've been hearing a lot of complaints about homeless individuals sleeping on their doorsteps, people trying to get into their place of business and there's homeless there. Is that building doing anything? Do they have any security there, or is it just your building that has the security?
We actually
I don't know
have-
if you know that or not.
No, of
but-
course, we do. We actually, the HPC has a security guard there that is supposed to be up and down and securing and looking at the entire building and the floor. We do have cameras across the entire building to avoid situations like this, but when we do get alerted, we address it ourselves. Sergio and I are on site, so we physically go there and have to ask the individuals to move, or we have to get others involved, obviously.
Okay,
if needed.
thank you.
Of course.
I have a question about the revenue. How sure are you on those numbers?
Pretty sure. So we've looked at what the market has done in different locations, especially first to market. So when you're first to market, we look at this, we kind of went conservative. We will see those types of numbers occurring because people are asking for this type of service. In other cities like West LA and in West Hollywood, they've already started showing the revenue stream in that type of model working. Of course.
Back to the security question. So your security guards are tasked with maintaining security at your building only, right?
Correct. So we have our security guard that is currently tasked only to secure 521. There's another security guard that's tasked to secure 501. At this location, if approved, we will be adding security just for this purpose alone.
Would it be, I was having dinner the other night at Mandarin House, and I think the individual, you're probably aware of this guy, but he was causing a ruckus. And of course, there is no security in that other building until you get down to, I think, Element 7, because again, they would have
Correct.
to have security. So there seems to be a void of security between the dispensaries and the non-dispensaries.
Yeah, because 475 is the address that you're talking about, has no dispensaries in that location. And if that's the building we're talking about, yeah, it is the building we're talking about, they actually have no security there.
Right.
But because there's no cannabis dispensary currently there.
So do you think that your security is adequate for your area? Oh, but it's only for your building, right?
Correct. So
That's
it's
your
our property
purview.
line, and they're protecting the actual dispensary and the actual location and the consumers and the individuals that are walking into our building. Any external people coming from outside other buildings, obviously we watch them, but we're not taking path of having our security walk to other people's properties for liability purposes.
Maybe that's something we could consider, but because I remember one of the myths that Chief busted was that security falls apart when you have a dispensary, right? In other words, that when we put the dispensary in the requirement to have security, it actually improved the area, because
Oh,
I know there was a
100%.
lot of homeless situation before you were in business, and
Right.
it seemed to clear up, as did other areas.
We see cycles of transients coming in, but that's throughout most of the cities, and it just depends on, seasonality of that. But we've had less occurrences, no issues, or any major issues that have occurred within the two buildings for the since we've owned and operated it.
Thank you.
have any questions?
I just had a few. So I'm just kind of clarifying. Your security is responsible for your building only.
Correct.
So if there's say somebody doing something wrong in your building, what kind of authority does the security guard, what usually happens? Do they then report then to the police department? You don't have any real enforcement ability. You are
There-
there as to observe and to then report to the
Our
police
security
department.
companies are truly there for a deterrence. They're really there for a deterrence versus an action item. But if there is an action item, I mean, they are licensed CCW and they know that what rules they have to follow under their security permit that they have.
Okay. I had a few other questions. The reasoning behind, like, you have an ideal situation because you have the ability to have, and this may be for the staff, you have the ability to have both a dispensary and a lounge. Now, if we're moving into this area, like say another facility may have the ability to have a dispensary, but maybe they would want to have a lounge someplace else in the city, but don't have the ability to do it right there because they don't have that. While it's ideal for you, as we move on with this, is there some reasoning behind why it needs to be directly next to a dispensary?
Again, the idea at the time was because the dispensary being right there would be able to have physical control over the lounge as well. Because again, most of the time they're sharing resources, delivery location, for instance, getting the orders ready in the dispensary and then bringing them over to the lounge. So having that physical connection, or at least that adjacency between the two entities, is why we were looking at the time for having the dispensaries and the lounges either contained under the same roof or at least next door to each other.
But let's say I'm just projecting a future lounge, while it's certainly ideal to be right next door because you consolidation of efforts, if another company decides they've located a facility and they're able to provide all of that security, lighting, cameras, all of the different requirements, would they be able to do that?
Not the way that the ordinance is currently written. We haven't had any such inquiries at this point, but if somebody did, and for instance, when Zohar here came to us initially with his business plan before we instituted the current ordinance, and we found that it was something that we could support, and here we are this evening. If somebody did the same, for instance, having two separate locations across the city from each other, that's something, again, we could consider and bring back to you for modification to the ordinance at the
Okay.
time.
And then the final thing, and this is an enforcement thing. If you're at a bar and somebody is drinking too much, and I don't know if it's legal, I mean, if it's a law, or I've heard it is, that, they can restrict them from drinking anymore because, they're already inebriated. And do they have a responsibility at bars to do that right now? I guess it's an enforcement, maybe the chief can answer that, but.
He may be able to better answer that, but with regard to consumption lounges, again, as I mentioned, and as Zohar may want to fill you in, there is the ability and basically the requirement that their servers would be looking for intoxication and cutting off that intoxication, or the members would risk losing their memberships.
And to add, we make sure all our employees go through a responsible service training so that they can identify and look and see what the individual looks like. So we've actually gone to dinner events and stuff where people have done edibles, and it does affect individuals differently. That's why we have single serving dosage, so we can actually look at that. We actually have a time limit so we can watch them. And then we have them being trained and going through responsible service training so that they can identify that information and make sure we protect our consumer. Because at the end of the day, keeping our consumers safe is the most important thing because we want them to be reoccurring customers.
Okay, councilperson.
Well, the question I had was, what constitutes a single dose?
It's going to go based by milligrams, and what they say for for a serving size is 10 milligrams as the maximum first dose. So we won't do anything above 10 milligrams. Our goal is to keep it at anywhere from 1 to 2 milligrams. Because remember, this is more for a tasting. Go in there, check that product out. If they want to consume for a little bit, they go and consume, and then we keep an eye on them to make sure they're not overdosing not overdosing is the wrong word.
And that's also going to be done for
Over-consuming.
flour?
Yes. So like one hit, one bowl versus go ahead and smoke the whole 8.
So is there a maximum amount that they can consume in a night?
Yeah, it's not a maximum, but we'll be looking at them based on a time limit. So if each time we serve them, there'll be a single serve. So for example, a member that has unlimited time, we'll be looking at them when they take that one dose. Okay, half an hour later, how are they reacting? What are they reacting like? Then if they take another dose, how are they looking? How are they acting? And then at any point in time, we can cut them off and refuse any service.
Can you compel them to take a taxi or an Uber home?
Well, that's part of our rideshare program. We do actually have a rideshare program and a Lyft program where we give them discounts on their rideshare. And yes, we can compel them. We are creating some carpool services. Our goal is really to serve the local community. So hopefully they're not going too far, and we can figure out between Uber and Lyft and taxi services that they make it home safe.
Of course, initially, we're pretty innovative there. There'll be people coming in from quite a distance,
Yes.
I would suspect.
I'm hoping that when we go through on this route, just like going to a local bar or any restaurant, there'll be somebody who's not consuming and is going to be responsible for the consumers.
Okay, Councilman Perez.
No, just waiting so we can do a motion. I think we need
Okay. Chief, would you like to weigh in at all or no?
I was just going to ask your question in regards to servers and having a legal obligation to stop serving customers who are obviously intoxicated. And they are legally obligated to stop serving to people who are legally intoxicated in terms of alcohol. And the same will apply for cannabis as well. And that's actually one of the things and one of the conditions that we've imparted on Wheelhouse and any of our future consumption lounges is that part of our responsible cannabis server certification includes that type of training, that they are not allowed to serve to anyone who is obviously intoxicated with cannabis.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, do we have the council have any more questions? Because we're now going to move on to any public comments that we might have. Okay, are there any public comments, be it written or in person?
No public comments.
Okay, so now we can move on to comments for the city council. Do we have any comments?
Point of order. Again, the Rosenberg Rules of Order ask for a motion, then a second, and then you discuss, and then vote.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
Any discussion?
now we move on to discussion. Any discussion?
Yeah, just like I said earlier, I'd hope that we could, while we're taking this innovative approach, I would hope that we could revisit I didn't vote for the beach flower, whatever thing, and because I always thought it was a bad idea to close off the beach to non-21-year-olds and stuff people in a tent and do whatever they do. But so I would just like to entertain a concept to keep our beaches and parks open, and how we do that, I don't know. I'll let Tony and our city attorney deal with that, but I think this is a responsible way to go.
So we have a motion and a second. Can we have a vote?
Mayor-
Okay, no, let me go through this. We now have a recommendation before us to number one. Okay, so we've opened a public hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence. We have now closed the public hearing and considered the evidence. After considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the City Council in the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of a conditional use permit, number PHCU 849, Major Modification 1, Wheelhouse Cannabis Consumption Lounge, and introduce by title waiving a full reading of the ordinance approving and adopting the developmental agreement under Government Code Section 65864 to 65869.5 and ordinance number 784 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the modified operation of a cannabis facility for the West Side Professional Management LLC, with the adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, and take such additional related action that may be desirable. So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Rollins?
Yes, we're making some interesting marks in society. I think that's a great thing.
Congratulations.
Right.
Good job.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 16, and that is Plan Development / Conditional Use Permit, number PHCU number 903, a veterinarian clinic located in 460 East Pleasant Valley Road. The public hearing, it is now 8:22. Do any members of the city council have any conflicts to disclose at this point?
I have a dog.
Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, I don't think that references as a conflict.
Excuse me, point of privilege, can we have the lights back on?
Oh.
Or you-
Yeah, because actually it's kind of hard to read this
Okay,
thing.
yeah, I'm trying to even find my item on this.
We're on number 16. I
I
don't
need
know what
lamps
page.
up here. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, do we have a proof of publication as required by law? And do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, you're up again to present the report on this.
Well, sort of, I am, but thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to introduce to you our new assistant planner, Jose Coyote, who comes to us from the city of Oxnard. He's been with us for about 3 months now, and so he is processing many of these applications that come in now, such as this one. So I'm actually going to turn the presentation over to him at his first city council meeting now.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I'm a former resident of the area, so it's a pleasure coming back to where I grew up and helping create a wonderful city,
Thank you.
or actually retain a wonderful city, I should say. So before today, you have case number PHCU-903 for veterinarian clinic. Next slide, please. The applicant's request is to allow the operation of a veterinarian clinic within an existing 677 square foot commercial building. The proposed hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. There will be up to 3 veterinarian employees daily and 2 pet patients per hour. Per the municipal code, section 10482E, businesses in a C1 operating as a veterinarian clinic are required to obtain a conditional use permit known as CUP. Next slide, please. So the site characteristics, the location, once again, will be at 460 East Pleasant Valley Road. The area is surrounded to the north by a beauty salon, to the west by a fast food restaurant, and to the east there is a convenience store with liquor access, and on the south side there's a residential condominium complex. The zoning designation for the site is general commercial, known as C1. And the project is required to have 11 parking spaces, and the site will accommodate 21 parking spaces. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial view of exactly where the site's going to be located. So it's going to be west of Evergreen Lane, and it's going to be east of Hueneme Road, just south of Pleasant Valley Road. Next slide, please. Here's the site plan with outlining of some of the uses that I just spoke about. There's not much that's going to be happening on the exterior other than potentially some ADA upgrades depending on the building code. But otherwise, there's no exterior changes that are proposed for this project. Next slide, please. Here's a floor plan. As can be seen, there will be some adaptive use inside by different partitioning to have exam rooms, a laboratory, a reception area, as well as accommodate the boarding of animals at the site. Next slide, please. Here are the existing building elevations, as can be seen from view 1 through 6. These are existing elevations. There's nothing being proposed on the exterior, so what you see there is exactly what the project will look like once it's complete. Next slide, please. Strategic plan consistency. So this outlines two. One is the primary strategic pillar, optimal levels of service for residents and businesses, and primary strategic incentives. We aspire to be an employer of choice. Next slide, please. Fiscal impact. So sales tax will be generated depending on the sale of retail products. Other ways that this will help the city as a whole will be to finally have occupancy for the 2,677 square foot vacant general commercial building. There was an existing dental business that was there on one half of the complex, but however, that business went out in 2019, and the other half has not been occupied for over a decade. And it's also anticipated that pet owners and professional employees, such as the veterinarian staff, will make use of the existing fast food restaurant and other commercial uses, further generating sales tax revenue. Next slide, please. So this, since it's going to be going inside an existing facility and not having negligible expansion beyond that was previously existing, will be CEQA exempt via section 15301. Next slide, please. So today, it is recommended that the City Council, 1, open the public hearing to take testimony and documentary evidence, and 2, close the public hearing and consider the evidence. 3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU-903. And 4, take such additional related action that may be desirable. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Do we have any questions by Councilperson Hernandez?
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done and welcome to our city.
Thank you.
Yes. I wanted to know if Mr. Camuso is here.
Yes.
Oh, hi, welcome.
Hi.
I have a few questions about your business. I'm a pet lover.
Yes.
And I don't know that we have other veterinarian businesses in our
Well,
community.
there's, on the base, there's one base veterinarian, but, you know,
We can't
he
get
comes
on,
in
not
and out.
everybody can get on the base.
Yeah, and then there are two others. And at least I know of one
Anyway,
other.
are you new to the community or?
Now, this is Dr. Taub. I'm the owner. This is the veterinarian. And we're just here to, you know, provide an affordable type of business. I have 40 of these in LA and Orange County.
Okay.
And I'm, you know, 30 to 50% less than everyone. I'm just making it affordable for people, but provide a community service to them. I don't know if you realize how much disease comes from animals to human. And Dr. Taub can answer this, but just for instance, worms alone, 30% of humans have worms. Where do they get it? From the dog kissing the dog.
Mhm.
Your kid's kissing the dog, and what happens? Blindness. So he can explain that, but we just want to help the community. There is a lack of veterinarians, and I think Dr. Taub should really answer the questions of the things that are in lack of. He's worked for me for a long time, very talented surgeon. Thanks. But a very talented diagnostician. So thanks, Mike. Just answer her question.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Dr. Alex Taub. It's nice to meet you all. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present myself and our new practice, Hueneme Veterinary Center, to this wonderful city and to the city council and to the members of the community. We're looking to be a vital part of this wonderful community and to participate in public health programs that are associated with this community. We're basically reached out to Ventura County Animal Services, and we're going to be participating with them on the low-cost, high-volume spay-neuter programs. We're also going to be working with Ventura County Animal Services on the low-income retention program to keep animals out of the system and out of the shelters and in loving homes. Part of my mantra is education, disease prevention, and public health. Basically, we're here to help. We're here to be members of this community. We're here to grow with this community, and we're here to improve the health of this community. I'm also happy to see or have seen the police chief here. I'd like to extend my invitation. I've been in touch with the local police department, and I know that they don't have a canine unit currently, but they're working on getting one. As soon as they get one, I'd like to extend an invitation for complimentary services to the city of Port Hueneme Police Department and their canine units as well.
Wow, that's just wonderful. I have one more question. How many employees will you have, and are they already hired, or will you be hiring them from our local community?
I have not employed anybody yet because I'm waiting for the results of this meeting.
Yeah, but you have plans.
So I am incorporated, and currently I'm the only employee in my corporation, but I do have a manager and a technician that will be onboarded as soon as we're approved. So we're going to start out with 3 people besides myself as employees.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, I'm on the animal services with the county, and I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but we have a whole population of feral cats and domesticated cats out on the walk to the lighthouse, and there's also a population of cats inside the port that are managed, and there's an organization called Cats to Cradle, I believe it is.
Yes, I've been in touch with Ventura County Animal Services, and one of my passions is high volume spay neuter and public health. And I actually have been a government contractor in the past, and I do 30 to 40 surgeries per day. And I specifically work with trap, spay, neuter, and release programs for feral cats, where we do ear notching for cats that are re-released into the public, such that there's a visual sign of them having to have been through the system and having been altered and vaccinated, such that they're not retrapped again.
Right. So my question was, clearly you're willing and able to participate in those programs.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and
I look forward to
my
it.
mom used to walk out to the lighthouse every day. I think she tells me there's like 90 cats out there. It's incredible population, but it's pretty interesting.
Public health is definitely improved when we control populations and we educate the public and vaccinate the animals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had just 2 quick questions. If a situation arrives, do you have the ability with this ordinance to keep a pet overnight? You know, if they need requirement, because I know I saw the hours of operation.
Yes, sir.
So like if a pet needs to be overnight to observed or whatever.
Absolutely. We have the ability to hospitalize overnight and treat.
And this ordinance will allow you to do that, right? Or
Yes, there's a condition of approval with regard to that, that if the animal does require care and the caregivers there with the animal, it can be kept overnight, yes.
Okay. And then the other question I had is, obviously cats and dogs you'll be servicing. Is there a range of types of animals that you would serve?
That's a really good question. I try to basically focus on dogs and cats because that's what I do. In the past, I have hired other veterinarians who have interest in exotic animals. One of the topics of conversation with Ventura County Animal Services was their expressing their need for spay neuter of rabbits. There's a high need for something like that. And they've actually asked me to come into their facility, and they've offered to teach my staff how to perform high volume spays and neuters on rabbits, which is something I will definitely explore. And I am currently interviewing other veterinarians. One particular comes to mind. He currently works for the USDA, and his wife is from New Zealand, and she has an interest in exotics, and I'm sure this will be something that we'll be exploring in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
And to answer your question, he will hire local too.
I had when I lived in Los Angeles, I had my son brought home a chicken.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, the chicken wasn't feeling well, and it needed to be wormed, and the only thing they had was pig wormer, but they did that, and so the chicken was well, lived many years.
Mr. Camus, I appreciate your comment about hiring local. Thank you. Yeah.
So do we have any public comments at this point in time? Okay.
Our public comments that we had were the two gentlemen that just spoke, so I don't know if they still have anything else to say.
Okay. Well, great. Now, as this read, it says, does council have any comments? But the order is not that. we have to make a motion and then a second. Do I read through the motion and second? Or do we have public comment, council comments before I move into that?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, so I have to
Second.
We have okay, so but let me explain what the recommendation, we opened up public hearing, we closed public hearing. After consideration of evidence is to adopt a resolution of the city council and the city of Port Hueneme granting approval of the conditional use permit PHCU number 903 Ventura Clinic, and to take such additional related actions that may be desirable. So we have a motion.
And a second.
And a second. Now we have public,
We need
council
discussion.
comments.
No discussion on my part.
No discussion? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Gama,
Yay.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Mayor Rollins, before we continue, since Tony's here, can we push item 18 ahead of the museum since Tony's seated, and we could just, maybe it'll be a little more efficient for us tonight?
Okay, there's a request to do that. We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, there a request in second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we will now move 18 in front of 17, and 18 is an update on the city landscapes design guidelines. Mr. Stewart,
Thank you. And of course, I have no problem doing this either.
pardon me?
Okay, well, this evening, this is basically a follow-up to an earlier meeting that we had back in July where I came to you with 3 requests and you affirmed all 3 of them, and that was, should we update our outdated landscape design guidelines? The answer to that was yes. Should we use the city's existing on-call landscape architect, Mr. Brian Broderson? Again, the answer was yes. And should the project include exploring a new city theme along with the rest of the guidelines update? And again, the answer was yes. So back in that meeting, I mentioned that I would be coming back to you in September. So here we are to give you a little bit more detail on how the project, the update will basically play out for the next few months. And so based on that and working with Mr. Broderson, we determined that, first of all, with regard to staffing on the project, Mr. Broderson, as the third-party expert, would basically guide the overall update. But the staffing would include City Manager Connors, myself, and that would be to assist with regard to city requirements for landscaping on private properties, such as homeowners associations, shopping centers, etc. Principal Engineer Charles Cable, and that would be to assist with regard to city requirements for landscaping on city-owned properties, such as parks, city medians, and whatnot. And also the city's new Public Works Landscape Supervisor, Leland Baxter. We also mentioned, and we're hoping that you will concur with this this evening, that we should form an ad hoc committee to help guide this as well and make it a transparent and community-based project. And so with regard to that committee, besides staff, we would want to have, or at least we recommend having a member of the city council as a primary and also an alternate be available in case the primary can't make it. A member of the Homeowners Association Coalition that you heard from earlier this evening. Then also 3 or 4 members of the community at large, for instance, such as an HOA that's not represented by the coalition, say Hueneme Bay, and or members of the business community, or just other non-HOA homeowners and whatnot. So I mentioned in the staff report that we'd appreciate hearing any suggestions for such members from you. And it doesn't have to be tonight, but if you have a name that you want to throw out to me, go ahead and feel free to email it to me. There are also a couple of names I have also. One had reached out to me earlier. So we'll get that formed if the council so directs this evening. Now, once the ad hoc committee is formed, we anticipate having 3 meetings throughout the next couple of months. The kickoff, of course, is this evening. The first meeting we're hoping would be the week of October 3rd or October 10th, so coming up pretty quickly. And getting that committee together, we could then subsequently set the other 2 meeting dates. We also would like to have a community workshop, probably at the community center, for instance, where we can involve hopefully the community. I've already talked to Mr. Coyote about having this be a bilingual workshop so that we can have English and Spanish participate. And we anticipate that happening towards the end of October, and it's still fairly early in the process so that we can at least get the community input for the committee to work with. And then we're hoping the first or second week of November would be our second committee meeting. And that would be to formulate all of the information and whatnot that we've heard from the committee as well as the committee members. And then early in December would be the third committee meeting. And then the idea is to then take the committee's input and recommendations, formulate that into a new updated design guidelines package and present that to the city council in January. As I mentioned previously, the focus of this will be not only to look at just the standards and whatnot in place in the current guidelines, but also to look at a new city plant palette, one that's drought tolerant and works well with our particular ecosystem here, as well as to, again, look at a new theme, whether it be replacing the coral trees that we see in the corners with the little green pylons and new signage, new lighting and whatnot. So that'll all be taken into consideration as part of this project, again, with the committee and the community input. So at this point, my request this evening is to receive any comments, feedback that you may have, as well as to validate whether we should form this committee, and if so, who on the council would like to be on the committee, if they can commit themselves to, say, 3 meetings, possibly 4 if we need a 4th one. And at that point, then we'll go ahead and move this project forward. I know Mr. Broderson is very excited about moving this forward as well, to try to get you a new set of guidelines to work with in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so the procedure is we ask questions first and comments will come later. So do we have any questions?
Is this a public hearing?
Yeah.
No.
No, but we have questions first and then we'll move on to comments.
So first of all, I do want to,
Questions?
so Tony, are you willing to recommend the California coastal oak as our replacement for the coral tree?
I am not willing to do that this evening, but I'm definitely willing to consider it. I'm not the landscape architect, so we're going to let Mr. Broderson, who again is the professional, guide that along. And if he makes that determination and the committee concurs, it's likely.
Doesn't the council get to define the scope of this project? I mean, so here's my issue. This questions, right? My question is this. We've had a policy in place for probably 40 years. We know we have a lot of data that we've learned from this policy. And we want to make sure we utilize all that data to make a better policy, one that's will represent this city well into the future. And so we had a conversation earlier about, resolving a bad policy. So how do we get maximum community involvement and make a good policy that's ocean beach community friendly? How do you, is this what you're proposing? Do you think it's going to satisfy all those issues?
I do. Again, this is why we came to you back in July to move forward to this point and to move this forward. Yes, I do. I mean, we could sit here, agendize a discussion just amongst the council and let the city council dictate what the new plant palette could be. Or we could do what we're trying to do here, which is make this a community-wide transparent effort and to involve as many aspects of the community as we can to come up with a program that is best suited for the city.
Right. And like we saw earlier, I don't think it's fair to you to have to defend a policy that may be outdated. And so do you have specific recommendations that you would like to see in place to make your life easier and make our community more drought tolerant, more modern in its plant and pellet design?
I do, but I'd like to save that for when we have our committee meetings to be part of that decision, because again, I'd like to hear from, I'd like to be part of the input, but also hear from other folks who would potentially have
And then one
other options.
final question. Do you anticipate, I don't want to use the word warring, but how about competing arborists' opinion as to which is the best way to go? And so in other words, there's attorneys, no offense, Kevin, there's a lot of attorneys out there and you could always find an attorney to represent both sides of an issue. When it comes to an arborist, are the arborists generally thinking the same way, generally speaking, or is there a wide variance in arborist to arborist?
Not being an arborist, I can't exactly answer that. I know a few arborists, and again, they, the idea is to basically, with regard to trees, is to save as many trees as possible and keep them as healthy as possible. And I think most arborists agree to that.
Right.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice them because they can't be saved. Other times you can with, pruning, but again, the right location, the right species and whatnot. And I think most arborists, as well as landscape architects, are on the same page with regard to looking at what is the proper plant for the climate and the specific location that would be put in.
And one final question. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. It appears to be, from what I've learned over my 3.5 years of trying to be involved on this and make better policy decisions, it appears that the HOAs are under different rules than private homeowners. Is that correct?
They are, well, it depends on what rules you're asking about.
So if a private homeowner wants to remove a tree from their property, they don't have to get a permit.
Correct, because they don't have a planned development that
Right.
the HOAs have.
And so then the HOAs are planned development, as is a shopping center?
Correct.
So when we entertain changing this policy, it's going to affect shopping centers, HOAs, but not our parks for that matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then but it won't affect individual homeowners.
Not necessarily, other than what it will provide them, though, is if they're willing to work with the city and look at the guidelines, it'll provide them better guidance for providing or planting tree species and other plants, shrubs, and whatnot that are drought tolerant and better suited for this city.
Right. So then one final question: moving forward, has our arborist has he developed any guidelines yet? Because I've seen him out and about inspecting trees, and I know that the city has a lot of trees. Some may be diseased, some may be near the end of their whatever life cycle. But I notice he's out and about and he's looking at a lot of trees. When will we be able to hear from him and his recommendations?
That'll be part of the process.
Okay.
Again, yeah.
Thank you.
you'll
No
hear
further
from me.
questions.
I had just one, I heard you talk about two different types of committees. What role would the ad hoc committee how do you perceive the ad hoc committee, what their role would be in the development of this policy versus you had two different committees?
Well, I may have mentioned too many parties at once, but it's actually just one committee.
It
So it'll
is
be
just one.
staff and the ad hoc committee working together, and
Okay,
so
so it
their
would be
role-
one unified committee. It wouldn't be an ad hoc, say, advisory, but then another committee kind of making the decisions per se.
Correct. Yes, the decisions will be the recommendations will be made through the ad hoc committee.
And addressing Councilpersons Gama Scott, this new landscape policy could actually include private homes if they choose to include that as part of the major city policy on this.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
it's part of the process. I mentioned it back in July. I didn't yet this evening, but we'll also be looking at the city's processes as well. For instance, modifications to existing landscape plans, tree removal permits, fees, etc. So the committee will be taking a look at all of that.
Okay. Well, it's a long time coming from my standpoint. Councilperson Perez, did you have a comment?
No.
Oh, okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
Not a comment, but just a recommendation that we move to appoint two council members to serve on this committee. One has a primary and one has an alternate. And I would like to nominate Ms. Councilwoman Perez and Councilman Bobby Martinez.
Okay, we have, I think I'm looking through here. We need to have some public comments right at this point in
Okay.
time. So do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments.
There are no public comments. So I want to make sure that, okay, now so the motion.
Jan has a,
Certainly, yes.
I just want to say thank you. I'm very excited to see this moving forward. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Rick. And thank you, council members. We're very excited to be a part of this. So it'll be a great project for us all to be involved in. So looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
thank you.
So that would be one thing to add, to who we want to put onto the committee. I would actually like to see not one, but two members of a HOA be a part of this committee. So, I mean, that would be my recommendation. I don't know if we can add that onto it or not.
Well, we're certainly, like I said, well, I'm assuming that Ms. Burke is probably going to want to be on the committee as the leader of the coalition. So we'll have that one there. And then we'll definitely reach out to, unless you already have some ideas on who you'd like to see on the committee itself, but we'll reach out, for instance, to Hueneme Bay or some of the other HOAs that are not necessarily represented by the coalition.
Councilperson Gama.
Yeah, I have my concern, is for the smaller planned housing developments. Like there's one right behind us, a 4-unit, I forget the name of it, right down the street, there's Bubbling Villas. And so my concern is for the smaller HOAs. I did a count on Bubbling Villas and there's like 9 coral trees that are just humongous. And, this whole thing came about because of the cost and the fact that these trees they need to be managed, and they've grown and causing damage. And so I just want to make sure that we have an aggressive outreach, particularly to the smaller HOAs, because my fear is that they're the ones that are postponing the inevitable, and it's getting more and more costly for them without them really even notice it. So
Councilperson Gama, is there a I would recommend that we have at least 2 members of an HOA, not with any particular type. Do we have any other recommendations?
Well, I think the guidelines already provide for that. They provide for a member of the Hueneme Coalition, and then they provide for other HOAs who are not represented for the coalition. So there you have 2 members, 2 HOAs, plus with the Hueneme Coalition, I'm trusting that they would do outreach to some of the smaller.
Would you like
You
to
have
make
to
a
come
comment?
up to
Come
the
on up.
mic. But to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the guidelines already provide for 2 representatives from HOAs.
Well, when we kind of began gathering, I took the current list of whatever we had for our city to reach out to the different HOAs in our community, and we kind of only found certain representations of the HOAs, so we weren't able to really extend to all of the HOAs. We wanted to invite all of the HOAs to come in and participate, to have dialogue so we can make some changes and common goals that we all have. So I think part of the problem is finding somebody who's not a part of the HOA coalition that we represent, is that we weren't able to reach those. Maybe they're either companies of bigger management companies who just don't have the same interest because they don't necessarily have, they're just a business that, or like a representation. They don't necessarily represent the people that live there. So that was my only concern, is that we'll have a difficult time finding somebody who's not necessarily a part of their group, because I personally called everybody on our city list that we had, and either they didn't represent those communities anymore, or I just can't figure out who those communities are represented by. So my concern would be only, we don't want to be unfair in any way
Right.
to you. So we want to represent fairly. We just need something that works,
Yeah,
for.
well, it sounds like you're doing your due diligence, and
Yeah.
if you can't find somebody, then
Yeah.
at least you can.
Yeah.
identify.
So that's what I'm saying is it'll be hard to separate the coalition,
Yeah.
because I personally, Jen, I called every single person, and and we tried to update our list as best as we could, and it was difficult to find people. Yeah, it's a tough.
I guess part of what that is, like, I don't want to pigeonhole, so we only have one person from the HHOAC and then one person who's not. I think it's better to have 2 members at least
Yeah.
from an HOA, wherever, whoever, they decide is most interested in.
And it's already part of the guidelines.
Can we get an updated HOA list? Because it sounds like it's not updated, but it's not accurate.
There was at least 10 different communities that we don't have the current contact.
Right, and then,
And that you don't know how to reach somebody if you can't go to their facility.
Right, well, I mean,
Yeah.
but you were representing at least 15, and that's significant. And then that's why we would go and ask for a representative from the non-Wainimi coalition.
Yeah.
So as a result, we would have 2 HOA reps as part of the committee.
But if they weren't able to find,
But with Wainimi Bay, Las Palomas, Pacific Collection,
Oh, yeah.
those are all maybe they're not part of the coalition, so they are out there. Well, I mean, they are, okay.
Okay.
But I believe they can be found, so.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if we can find them, I'm happy. Like I said, we only extended invitation just to kind of have a dialogue, and we realized we kind of all had the same kinds of issues, and we were looking at each other just as a kind of a community support, really. It wasn't so much to be, how can we change it? It was really a community support when, when our community's having issues and they're having the same issues. And it felt good to have like a common, someone to support each other and, to really bond us as a city.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I would like to second Councilmember Hernandez's motion, as long as Councilmember Perez is okay with being the appointed council member.
Of course, yes.
So there's a motion and okay, so as far as to appoint a council member, there's a motion to appoint Councilperson Perez, and the alternate would be Mayor Pro Tem Martinez as the members of this ad hoc committee meeting to guide the project. So may we have a roll call vote on that?
Councilmember Gama,
yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all again, and we will go ahead and get working on this and reaching out again to other HOAs, business owners and whatnot to try to get that, the rest of the committee filled and establish our first meeting date.
I have one more question. Can council members submit to you, like if for example, I think I've already alluded to, I think the California coastal oak tree should be our Now, can I put that in writing and say, hey, Tony, can you consider this?
Sure.
Can
Yeah.
council member, can we do that?
Well, as a member of the public, I think we can do that. All of us can do that, right?
Yeah, as a member of the council, I would think that you could do that in that your recommendation would go to the committee members of the council.
Okay, so.
That way you have the full support of the council
And
rather
keep in
than acting
mind-
as an individual.
Right. And keep in mind, at the end of the day, we will be bringing back the guidelines for your actual approval. So that'll be more discussion at that point, and if we need to make modifications at that point,
Right, but
we'll go ahead and
since-
do so, but.
Since this since this is such a big issue, would the members, would interested members of the public be able to not be, actively participate, but observe this meeting or be able to, like, because it's going to be a big,
I don't know that it's subject to the Brown Act. That would be a question for. our
Right, so that's
attorney.
something Mr. Spalding and I will work out with regard to whether or not the meetings will be open to the public or not. But we will be having a public workshop as well, where
Okay.
we can definitely garner some information
All right.
and ideas from them. And also as a reminder, again, like I said, I didn't expect you to have them this evening, but if you do have suggested folks to sit on the committee, some ideas, please send those my way as soon as you can.
So in recognition of Councilmember Hernandez's thought that should the council then, should we have an agenda item where we discuss maybe I have a view and everyone else has a different view. I mean, maybe we could come to a consensus as to what we would like to see or what is acceptable to us, because the last thing I think we want to happen is not hear anything and then come back and give us something that's unacceptable.
Well, again, you will have a council member on the committee. And I would assume, much like the coalition, for instance, where I'm assuming that Jan will probably be getting information from feedback from her members, I would assume that we could possibly filter information through, subject to the Brown Act, of course, and so Kevin can guide us on that, but possibly Councilmember Perez, or if Mayor Pro Tem Martinez was attending, that they could also voice the ideas that were coming from the rest of the council.
So maybe we could have a public discussion at the next meeting amongst the council members to kind of give Councilmember Perez and Mayor Pro Tem their marching orders, so to
Yeah,
speak.
well, yeah, just to express our interests and, but it would have to be requested as an agenda item, so you might want to make sure to do
we'll
that.
bring that up later on,
Right.
yeah. Okay, thank you. We're making some good steps
Thank you,
forward, I
Mr.
think.
Stewart. And thank you, Wainimi Coalition, for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to number 7, appointment of ad hoc museum governance committee members. Ms. Hanley will be making a report on this. Sure.
That means we're taking a break. 5-minute recess.
You guys want to take a little break? Or
No.
well, let's,
And we can't really do anything.
Yeah, we can. We still have we can still
Yeah,
vote.
we can
Yeah.
still go.
Oh.
It's only if a public hearing, I think is.
okay, so I guess Mr. Pretz, you're going to be making the report.
Well, stepping up here to ask Anna if she can hear us and if she has the technology to make a presentation from her remote location.
Okay.
If she doesn't, I will pinch hit, but I believe Anna's prepared to give an overview of this item.
I'm looking at, I thought we already appointed.
I am able to hear you. Can you
We
hear me
already
now?
appointed one, didn't we?
We already were fading in and out a little bit, Anna. Can you try to begin once again?
How's my volume now?
Much better.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to share my screen at home. I apologize for the delay. I'll go ahead and proceed. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the public and staff. Item 17 on the agenda pertains to the appointment of an ad hoc museum governance committee members, along with the receipt and file of the visioning charrette summary. The city hosted a facilitated visioning charrette on July 25th with local stakeholders, volunteers, interested residents, and city representatives. The primary goal of this collaboration was to develop a strong mission statement. The stakeholders conducted a SWOT analysis about the museum, reviewed museum best practices, and discussed their vision for the museum over the next 3 years. Furthermore, a prioritized list of short-term goals was developed. This list will serve as a plan of action to reopen the museum. In order to reopen the museum safely, the city needs to conduct renovations, which will begin in early 2023. By hosting the visiting charrette before the facility work is performed, stakeholders will be able to leverage the construction period to develop a comprehensive reopening approach. For instance, with the entire museum collection outside of the facility, the City and Governance Committee members will have the time needed to identify how to legally and ethically care for the collection that is accumulated over decades. Conducting this inventory is a significant step towards aligning our museum with recommended best practices. The essence of the museum has been defined as preserving the history and celebrating the people of Port Hueneme. This will be the guidepost when determining exhibits, collections management, and education going forward. As outlined in the staff report before you, Phase 1 of the plan includes 5 items for completion by this year's end. Number 1 being the governance committee development, so why we're before you this evening. Number 2, creation of the collections management policy document. Number 3, establishment of nonprofit fundraising partner for the museum. 4, updating the website and aligning all social media messaging. And 5, development of an inventory process to include photographs and document provenance if available. The remaining phases will be completed over 23-24 as outlined in the attached plan. Remaining connected to the community during this effort has been recognized as a matter of priority. Once the inventory is complete, we intend to install temporary exhibits to be featured throughout the city, in addition to the reinstatement of the 4th grade field trips to those temporary locations or by way of a traveling trunk program. I did want to comment, the energy amongst the committee participants was palatable, and they're primed, ready to begin the foundational work needed to restore the museum operations. So they're ready to go. It is staff's recommendation tonight that you create an ad hoc museum governance committee comprised of all of the participants of the museum vision charrette. And that concludes my presentation this evening, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Yes, I heard you talk about categorizing, that's the wrong word, but inventorying all the stuff that accumulated down there. And then I heard the year 23-24. I mean, that's 2 years out, or is that the timeline we're looking at to get this done?
Yes, in order to do this correctly, we are creating something that doesn't exist as far as that the museum is concerned. None of the foundational or policy documents exist, nor does an inventory. So we anticipate it is going to take that length of time in order to get through the plan of action. Attached to the staff report, there was the visioning document provided by our facilitator, and that's available for your review. It does outline in several steps over, I think it's 3 or 4 pages, each item of action broken down. And it's pretty clear that, yes, this is definitely going to take, I would say, 2 years' time.
So with regards to, and I'm going to go there, the salt shaker collection, I know this is getting into the weeds, but are we going to define, in other words, are we going to take a look at a whole new mission, a whole new theme? And I know those were donated and a promise was made. And I also know that some of them were racist and not very museum worthy, in my opinion, or representative of Hueneme history. So when we go through those items, how are we going to return them? Or I don't know, what are we going to do with them? And I know I have an item that I've
That's
lost.
exactly the purpose of this committee.
So I know that there's a couple individuals that,
Exactly. So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So
Sorry, there's a slight delay, so I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah. So I have a picture of my father in there and my uncle. I put a samurai sword in there and it's now somewhere. I don't know where it is. And I know other people have placed stuff down in there and people have asked me, am I going to get it back? And I'm like, well, I don't know because I don't know where it is. And so is there going to be a process to try to return items to people like myself?
Absolutely. That is essentially why we need the time I've described. It's in order to vet the items before us. As mentioned, we need to do our due diligence as far as how we can legally and ethically say that this organization either has the right to retain these items or if they need to be returned. Provenance, it's their origin. How has this come into our possession, and is it on loan or is it something that has been donated outright? All of that has to be determined, documented, and then we can proceed from there.
And then just one other comment. One thing and I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I realized recently that the building says Bank of Hueneme on it. And part of the reason why I never knew that is because there's a tree out in front of it that blocks it. And so is there a method for us to rebrand and because it's a historical building, I believe, right? And so definitely the building has to remain. But I think it's just a beautiful thing to see Bank of Hueneme as, because it's chiseled into the stone of the building, and it's so beautiful, but it's hidden right now. So anyways, as we move this process down, I just hope that we could think of things like that too. Sorry for taking so much time.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Hanley, for your presentation and your work on the charrette and coming up with the strategic plan for the museum. It was really well done. I really appreciated it. Was this Dr. Godbilly? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Dr. Laura Godbile, I believe.
Dr. Laura
Godbile is how I'm saying it.
Yes,
I could
I really appreciated the work she put into this. I had a minor comment. I meant to share it with the city manager this morning, and you're going to think I'm really nitpicking, but in here it says manning, using the term manning instead of staffing. If you could ask him to maybe change that, I think it's more politically correct. But other than that, I think the work here is excellent, and you have my full support in moving forward on this. I think it's going to be great, and you're actually going to have a museum that's going to be a true museum through the implementation of this plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I as part of it, I just want to kind of give attributes to the facilitator, Dr. Godbile, because she did an excellent job of getting the input from everybody and formulating it into a good direction. And I think one of the big issues was the inventorying of this. And in many museums, they take inventory, they take pictures, and we have no real documentation. It's over the years, it's just been kind of bunched together. Another good element that came out of this is it is going to take a while to get that museum back in good working order, and it's going to take the council to donate, to approve funds to get it back into that position. And in the meantime, one of the comments that did come up was the idea that we have floating exhibits in different locations. So during that period of time that there won't be a formal museum, some of the history can be sent out in other public buildings, thematic to like what it, different themes and stuff like that, be it the library or the community centers or city hall. And so we won't lose that history and the ability for the public to be able to see that history while this comes back into its, completion. Yes.
Yeah, just one more comment I wanted to make. I was involved in writing an emergency plan for one of the Holocaust museums in Los Angeles, and one of the challenges was making recommendations for securing museum quality and very sensitive and fragile items, how you secure them and make sure that they can withstand an earthquake or flood or any kind of major event. So I'm hoping that the committee will consider a phase of when you go to install the items, that there are some hazard mitigation practices that are included as part of that process to make sure those items are well secured in the museum.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hanley, for the report. And now, the way this is set up, okay, so we have a recommendation to receive the summary of the Museum Vision Charrette conducted on July 25th, 2022, and to create an ad hoc committee comprised of all participants of the Museum Visioning Charrette. So is everybody who participated in that charrette automatically a part of the committee?
We have to approve that.
And I mean, based on our approval.
That's exactly what we're proposing,
Okay,
asking the council
so
to approve.
would it be good for you to say who was in that committee? So that, we know who we're approving, I guess.
It's in the report.
Okay, so these people, okay, so is there yes?
I'll move.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, comments?
Want to make a motion that Mayor Rollins and myself be appointed as the council reps.
We already have a motion on to approve. Well, we have to, we're approving the recommendations of staff. That was my motion, and your second.
I think he was the original and you were the alternate, no?
And yes, it's already on here, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But I don't know that it's, we have an official alternate.
Did we have not have
we
an?
did.
I thought we did.
Yeah, it was gone.
I'm not
Were you
sure.
on the committee,
No, it was.
Bobby?
No, it was Councilmember Gama.
Okay.
Is that true, Ms. Hanley?
Who was the
I
original?
do not recall the establishment of an alternate at the last meeting.
Are
I
you
would have
saying
to
there was
ask-
no alternate? Okay, so no alternate.
So the motion is to approve these individuals.
Yeah,
to
so
be
the
part of
people we're approving are Becky Bruning, Anna Hanley, Beverly Kelly, Adela Lua, Charles Peretz, Juliet Rodriguez, Rich Rollins, Galen Vick, and Pamela Jo Waddell. So those are what we're recommending to be part of the committee.
Did I not read there's an alternate for?
No, there's no alternate.
Can I make a motion to add Councilmember Gama as our alternate?
I mean, the prior committee has a council member and an alternate.
I'm pretty sure I remember you being the alternate. That's my memory.
I'll second it.
Okay, second. So,
I have a issue with that.
Of course you do.
Excuse me?
I said, of course you do.
Yeah, I have an issue that there's been some behavioral problems that you've, without authority, took a volunteer into the museum without permission, accessed the museum without permission, took a volunteer there and took them around in a museum that was closed. And that was a
Absolutely
very
not true.
risky move.
The
And
museum
I
was better off
don't have trust
closed.
that you will follow the rules, Mr. Gama. I'm sorry, and I
Okay.
can't support that motion.
Okay,
Considering that you tend to violate the rules and you've interfered with staff and you've done some other things regarding that,
It's
the museum. And Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to respond to each one of these. The museum became much more safer when it was closed to COVID because there were numerous items on the wall that were not safe. There were saws, plumbing wrenches, ice picks that were hand twisted with wire on the wall. So yeah, I made an issue of that from a risk management standpoint, and I think you would understand. Secondly,
Well, you were not the risk manager at the time.
Secondly, there was racist figurines and salt shakers that I witnessed causing people grief. And during the 2020 riots that were going nationwide, I thought it was appropriate to get rid of these. And numerous volunteers had brought this up, and we'd been told these are historical and they had nothing to do with the history of Hueneme.
I
So,
don't think she's-
and then,
I don't
and
think
then,
she brought up any comments about those two issues. I
well,
don't
I'm
know.
bringing it up because she said that I've been causing issues down there. So, and then with regards to Galen Vick, yes, I called, I believe, Gabby Basua and asked if I could take him in for a tour. And she said, because I turned in my key. So I didn't have a key because Rich Rollins and I were volunteers of the museum and we both had keys. I turned in my key and I asked if I could take Mr. Vick in there. So whatever information you have, Councilmember Hernandez, it's inaccurate. And frankly, I'm a little tired of being accused of doing things that I didn't do. And so there's a motion and a second, Mayor. So
Okay, there's a motion and a second. The only thing is, I can, before we approve or disapprove this, can you check just to make sure that we didn't have an alternate in the first go around? I just thought we did, but I'm not.
I know that there was a discussion, but we did not
We may not have had an
determine there
alternate.
would be an
I know.
alternate, which makes Councilman Gama's tour of the museum while it was closed even that more blatant and out of order.
Well, right now, assuming that we didn't already have an alternate and you're gonna double check that.
straight.
Right now, if we don't have an alternate, there's a motion and motion by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and a second by Councilperson
Mr.
Perez.
Mayor, the original motion was by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Perez to the recommendation to create the ad hoc committee comprised of all participants.
Okay, so
And-
let's do that one first.
I thought we did already, no?
No.
Well, you made the motion in the second.
We didn't
but-
vote on it,
I
so
think
we need to vote
I
on it.
dragged on to the alternate. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's address the alternate. And assuming that you didn't have an alternate in the first one, there's a motion and a second to have Councilperson Gama be the alternate. And so let's have a vote for that.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed?
No.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Okay.
You know, I just wanted to say, we voted to accept the recommendation of staff, and now we've just amended it to include an alternate against the staff's recommendation. So no, it's not okay, because staff has a reason why they don't want alternates.
It was
and why
okay.
it's designed the way it is.
It was okay for the previous two appointees that we put on for the coalition. So
Anyway, we've made that decision.
Okay, let's move on.
Councilman Perez, you're up here.
Prepared for the next item, sir.
Okay, okay, so we will move now to number 19, City Port Community Benefit Fund Project Prioritization. Staff will make the report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public, staff. Item number 19 is a discussion and requested action by the council regarding prioritization of projects to be funded with allocations of the Community Benefit Fund. Pause here for just a moment as the presentation will be coming up on the screen. Next slide, please. So by way of quick review, 2015 settlement between the city and the Oxnard Harbor District provided for the establishment of a community benefit fund into which the district contributes $100,000 annually. That amount is subject to the gross revenues of the port of $13 million a year, and it is eligible to be increased by the Consumer Price Index each year. Per the agreement, projects should be associated with one of four categories: shoreline protection, community development, opportunistic endeavors, or other items that are of mutual benefit to the city and the port. Next. For the 22-23 fiscal year, the funding allocation from the Community Benefit Fund is $127,000. This is an update from the last report that was presented to council, which indicated that that amount was $118,000. The port has updated its estimate and has indicated the actual number is $127,000. The council has discussed the Community Benefit Fund a couple of times earlier this calendar year, most recently in June, when the council discussed potential allocations, including projects and potential sponsorships of organizations. Subsequently, council input on a scoring rubric was sought in an effort to create a prioritized list for council action. In addition to the list, council may wish to consider outstanding phases of the public monument plan and/or unfunded portion of the public mural project, which was discussed in March of this year. Next slide, please. Based on council input, the projects identified as high priority, those receiving a score of 7 to 9, were the Police Explorers, Boys and Girls Club, the Special Olympics Program, Cameras for the Audubon Society, Caregivers, and scholarships for recreation programs. Just below the score of 7, receiving scores of 6.75 were In La Ketch, Cultural Arts, the Real Guppies Program, and the Navy League received a score of 6. I mention all three of those because they happen, next slide please, to also be on the proposed project list that the Oxnard Harbor District has developed. So the request tonight is to review the projects that have come from council members that have been prioritized to the scoring rubric, take action to direct the members of the Joint Port City Committee to carry forward as they meet with their counterparts on the district board, and use that information to develop a collaborative agreement with the port regarding which projects or organizations should receive community benefit funding. I conclude the presentation. I'm available to answer questions that the council may have.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I have questions. Go ahead.
No, this is, so I have a question about if we, at this time, can we discuss and change the order of the monument phase? Is that what we can do now? Is this something we discuss at another time? We want to reorder.
Yeah, I think that this would be an appropriate time to discuss the prioritization of
The monument
phases
phase.
of the public monument plan
Okay.
or the mural project. So that could be included in addition to the consideration of the other projects on the list.
So I would like to propose, number 1, phase is fine, but I would like to reorder phase 2 and 3 and have it alternate back and forth. Because I know we have an interest in having a Chumash monument. So I would like to request reordering the order. Phase 1 is the same for Bard family, and having phase 2 be the Chumash monument, which followed up by phase 3 as the Port Hueneme history recognition. I just want to alternate back and forth.
I'm okay with that.
That would be something that the mayor and mayor pro tem would need to take to the Port City Committee. So, thank you. I have a comment
Councilperson
or a question.
Hernandez.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the purpose of attachment A. Attachment A to me gives a description on some of the nonprofits who are on the list, but not all of them.
Yes. At the last council meeting, there were some questions about the purpose and function of some of the nonprofits. And the attachment is provided in an effort to answer some of those questions.
Okay, so it's not a,
It's not intended to be in all-inclusive list of the nonprofit
okay, nor
organizations.
is it a justification for funding.
No, it is simply intended to answer the questions that some
Okay,
council
yeah,
members
that would have been helpful to know that. And then I wondered why the graphics and the diagram for the public mural weren't included in the report. So I submitted some dimensions, I submitted some photos, and I don't see them in this report.
I'm sorry, the information on the,
The mural, the public mural.
yeah, the public monument plan and the mural were discussed in detail earlier this calendar year. So this information was intended to provide new information about projects recently discussed.
Oh, I
by
see,
the-
okay. And then the purpose of the highlight on page 2 is to show items that have previously received CBF allocations. And in your mind, why is that significant?
Once again, that is a response to questions that council had previously asked about which organizations had previously been funded with
Okay.
those dollars.
Okay, thank you.
So are we approving anything tonight? I guess I should read, but.
The
The
list
request
possibly?
is that a prioritized list be approved by the council, but the approval is really direction to the two members of the Joint City Port Committee for discussion at a joint meeting. So this
So-
indicates what the council, the collective council's interest is, and provides direction to those two members.
So we know the port has a couple hard asks, right? We know that the monument is very important to them. And how much, I saw it, 20,000, I think. Where did I see that?
Can you back up one slide, please?
Oh, it's on your slide, not in my book.
No, it's right here. Attachment B.
Go back.
Page 5.
But I did see a list of all the proposed
Oh, that was on the
projects.
slide. That was on his slide.
Right. Okay, so I'm
We're,
not,
we're having some technical difficulties. I think we'll get it in a moment, but I will say that the port has discussed this. They have reviewed it as an entire body, such as what we're doing right now, and has come up with recommendations. I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable placing value when you say hard asks. I'm not sure I'm comfortable saying which are must-haves, but I do know that there's interest in the monument
Right.
plan.
but okay, you started off by saying that the agreement had centered around beach stabilization, I think. No, that wasn't the word you used. You used beach
Replenishment of the-
replenishment, right?
There are 4 categories. One of them is shoreline protection. Perhaps that's what you're referring to.
Oh,
Okay. So if we take these 4 items that they're proposing here and add them to the list on page 2, do we exceed 127,000?
Let's see. The list on page 2 totals $81,000.
Yeah, we would.
And the 4 items there are $60,000.
So we exceeded by 40,
that's-
20, 23.
That's 141,000 total, and the amount that is currently allocated for this year is 127,000.
Okay, so then we have to,
14,000.
We have to remove things.
remove, hold on, I'm gonna use my phone.
You don't necessarily have to remove things. On some of these sponsors, you can just reduce the amount that you want to assign or allocate out of CBF. So instead of going 5,000, you go 4,000. Those are some options as well.
I also would have motioned to change the order of 2 items. Pull down real guppies and replace it with bonfires. And the
But
reason,
that's,
in order of preference, not necessarily in order of the,
I can't support that. I think Real Guppies does a wonderful job. They've taken over 6,000 kids fishing and they continue to do so. They have a learning center. And yes, Kevin is someone that I guess I would call a friend of mine, but
I'm not removing him from funding, I'm just removing a priority. And this is all about improving our beach area for our community. And I was-
I had one comment and I've brought it up before. I'm supportive of the Inlet Tech Cultural Arts Program, Youth Mariachis, only if there's something that Hueneme kids can benefit by in Hueneme. My understanding is it's a great program, but it serves entirely Oxnard kids right now. It doesn't serve any Hueneme kids. And I would love to see a mariachi program in Hueneme where Hueneme kids can benefit from it. But now that's something that perhaps a port would want to support because, you know, they serve a greater region, and I understand that. But like for our priorities, that's always been my concern. I love the mariachi program, but I don't think any Hueneme kids benefit by it right now. I mean, maybe in presentations and things like that. So that's my concern. Yes.
I don't know how you know that information, but even if that's true, I would say that our community benefits greatly from Inlet programs and the music that they bring to our community. They were out several times with the port's food distribution. They were playing and honored the day Carmen Ramirez was killed. They were at the port playing music. They bring their services here to the community all the time. And I think you're going to have a hard time arguing your point with the port. I think it's a no-win situation if you try to argue it with the port because they are very supportive of this group as well, as am I.
I know.
And you can always make the ask to.
No. It's just like the very points that you brought up. For Carmen Ramirez, that was a presentation in Oxnard.
No, it was a presentation at the port.
That the public
That, yes. So.
I know the port feels strongly about it.
And
I understand
they've
why
been,
the port
they've
would
been in
feel-
they've come out for our events. They were here for, they were here for beach cleanup and they
here
were
at the Boca
also
Park.
at
You know
Boca
what, Mayor
Park.
Rollins?
Yeah.
They have participated in a good amount of events that I've been here.
So if
The National Night Out, I think, was one of the police activities that Chief Salinas organized. They were here over at Miranda Park for that,
Okay.
so.
So if that's the case, I still would like some kind of emphasis that Hueneme kids get involved in it.
If I may, let's focus on the good news. The good news is we're only $13,000 over. So, I think we could adjust some numbers. There's a couple new things on here that I know have broad support. Scholarship for recreational programs, that's at $15,000. I mean, maybe we can knock it down to 10. But on the mariachi thing, the Oxnard Union High School District has a district-wide mariachi band as well, and they kind of alternate events. But maybe we could just go through this list and trim it down.
I think we need to talk about the mural too, because there's $37,000 short of the estimated cost of the mural. So it's not just $13,000. We have an additional $37,000 we have to find.
But the good news is we only have to trim 13,000. But if I look at the port's recommendation for DC Coalition for City and Port Trip, and I know we're all relieved that the pipes are showing up today. I saw the first load of pipes showing up for the dredge operation, and that's very great. And even with, I heard there's conversation about additional air pollution credits, but even with that, we're still coming up short on the engineered determined amount of sand necessary to mimic Mother Nature. So our beach is disappearing on us as each cycle goes by. And this is why we started the Sand Summit. And so I think that DC Coalition for City and Port Trip to go and try and convince, and Mr. Connors is our subject matter expert for federal budgeting. I mean, how do we get the amount of sand necessary to sustain our beach? And so
I'm sorry, this is off the agenda.
Right there.
But no, you're talking about how we get sand on the beach. This is a trip to DC, maybe to lobby for that.
Right.
So it's two different, you're talking about.
Well, but that's something
What do you-
that I could support 100%,
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to hear.
but again, we're going to have to trim some dollars here is the way I see it.
Mr. Connors, the bonfire pits on the beach and the picnic tables at the park, is that not included in some capital improvement or ongoing operational costs anyway? I mean, or if we don't get it here, we don't get it at all.
Yeah, I want to say that there are 16 picnic tables that are being, that are secured and will be part of the beach's inventory. And they are also going to improve all the pads that the picnic tables had been on in the past. So that's already funded. So this would be additional picnic tables that would be associated with the other parks in the city.
So so right now, what we've got approved is just picnic tables for the beach, but no picnic tables for any of the other parks.
No additional picnic tables. There are picnic tables at the parks, but this would be additional or replacement picnic tables.
Okay, so whatever's at the parks now, that's fine, but if there's no picnic benches at the parks, this wouldn't be added to it. I mean, $5,000 will pay for 2 or 3 picnic tables at today's.
Excuse me, if I just remind council that the joint team that'll go into this meeting, they're asking to schedule the first week in October is really a negotiation, and where you would arrive at the different numbers associated with the amount of funding or what priorities or those type of things. So hopefully what we get out of this today is guidance for our 2 representatives in order what to negotiate and what the priorities are. And there may be some non-negotiables too in this group of projects, perhaps the mural or maybe a couple other ones. And so hopefully out of this, the team will be able to represent the council's interest on what we want to fund out of that community benefit fund.
So why is the mural amount not on the list? If we need an additional 37,000, why is it not on this list? Which would more accurately describe the amount that we're trying to achieve here.
The list is representative of the projects that were discussed July 18th. In the body of the report, the unfunded portion of the mural is noted as an outstanding cost that the council may wish to assign.
So we could include that to the list now,
Absolutely, yeah.
and we could prioritize it based on what the council is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well.
So you want to make a motion?
Well,
that
yeah, I
include that?
was looking at, based on the research that I've found, and some discussions with the city of Santa Paula on their research, on their process for murals. I'm just wondering if maybe we should downscale the mural project and look at something that we can do for the existing amount of 20, what did we receive, 15 or 25? I forget, because I asked for 25, I think it was 15 that we
15
got.
was allocated to the mural project.
Yeah, I would at least like to see us do a mural, if we can, for $25,000. It would mean reduced scope, reduced space, square footage of a mural, but we could start off with that and maybe in future years ask for another one.
Councilmember Hernandez, what if we save money by incorporating some of the local artists, like from Cal State Channel Islands? Because I mean, 37,000 plus 15,000, that's like almost 50.
Well, that's why I'm
57,000.
saying we could
That's a lot.
downscale, and I think the intent was always to include volunteers to help paint the mural and to use local resources, but there's still going to be a cost involved.
I was so impressed with the Oxnard Union High School District art exhibit at the Maritime Museum, to the point that if we worked with them, I mean, there's some incredible artists in the district, and I think we could get it down to supplies, paint.
So how much additional would we want?
Well, I think that we really need, I costed it out based on my research and what I found in terms of what it would take to cover the wall at Red Mule. And I think it was, without the specs here, I can't recall what it was. Was it 200 square feet or 180 square feet of wall space? Yeah. Yeah, that was everything. That was supplies, that was hiring, because you need a lead artist to direct the entire operation. And so there is going to be some cost involved in hiring a professional, even though you're still, somebody has to supervise the project.
Right.
So that's going to cost something. And then you have the supplies, and then you have other issues, other costs that could come up. So you can't do it for free is what I'm saying.
Would we be able to, like, a lot of this is history, the mural and stuff. Is there any guidance that, like, maybe, I know the port wants to put, what, 50,000, 60,000 on this?
Yeah, 50,000 per phase,
Per phase, so
per phase.
100,000 altogether.
150,000.
So
50,000.
Yeah.
Is there a way that, we could get recommendation that maybe they pare that down so we're able to fund the mural?
I would again like to put out there for us to reach out to Oxnard Union High School District. They have wonderful art teachers. You go in their classrooms, you see what they're doing, and I have full faith that we could find teachers in our area who would be willing to work with us and get their students involved. And I think
Yeah, I have no doubt, but I'm saying there's still going to be costs involved. And so okay, so, and that's already been agreed that we were going to reach out to the schools. So there's no use repeating it.
And if we don't get full funding for the mural project, we always have the option to cover the additional costs
Okay.
from the city. And that's happened a number of times where the estimate for the Community Benefit Fund project was insufficient. And so we supplemented that through city funding.
Okay, so what I wanted to ask, and I meant to talk to you about that earlier, is in order to get this moving off the ground, so we can get a realistic picture of what the long-term costs are going to be, how it's going to proceed, is to ask if staff can take this on, because I've been doing all the legwork on this, pretty much, and I don't know, I think I've brought it to a place where, I can't do any more, and I don't think the mayor has much time either to delve into it, and we're supposed to be working together on this. So I'm wondering if this is something we can turn over to staff to pursue further.
Yeah, I think I'll speak on behalf of staff that they are
Maybe
they are
Anna?
energized by doing this project
Yeah, Ms.
as well.
Henley.
And we think it would be a huge benefit, a kind of a shift in the, the just the very nature and culture of
Yeah,
the city.
we-
So we're very supportive of that. We'll see where we are and then figure out what we have to hand off. And then I know that you and the mayor are on the mural ad hoc group, I guess you'd call it.
Ad hoc group,
Yeah.
right.
And so we can potentially meet and figure out how we get this thing finalized and moving
Right.
with staff support.
Because I think that the numbers need to be verified in terms of what it's going to cost. And maybe if we talk to Oxnard, they can lend some expertise in that area in terms of costing this out, so we get a more accurate figure.
Okay.
But it's
would
not
you guys be
included.
okay?
They are going to be included.
No, the dollar amount isn't included in, where is the mural cost on your two spreadsheets?
It's in the previous years.
So the money's there.
The mural cost is noted in the report. It was estimated to be a total cost of $52,000.
And that money is there.
Prior action by the council.
That money's there from last cycle.
Prior action by the council.
Only
allocated
15,000.
Okay, so
That's why I'm saying we have another 30.
and that's why I'm saying it's not on our list here.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah. We need to
So
have.
we agree on something.
We need to put an additional dollar amount to what's already been approved for the mural. And if we save money because we're able to save money, great, but we need to identify that we're gonna need some more money to.
So the mural is, as it stands right now, $37,000 of a need that's unfunded. Then we also have phase 2 and 3 of the public monument plan that's unfunded, so that's another $100,000.
Okay, so
On the museum.
Okay, Mr. Connors, can you explain like the port's take on the uses of the funds? Basically, I think what I got the impression was that they want to spend at least half of it each year for this monument for the next 3 years. I mean, it's
Yeah,
kind of
like,
what it is.
they have, I won't call it years, I'll call it phases. And the first phase is I guess, the BARD phase. The second phase was for ILWU, and then the last phase was for Native Americans. And
The Chumash.
and that we
You just
swapped in
asked
priorities.
her,
I think BARD is the most, or the biggest priority, and honestly, they would be fine with the swapping of those other two projects. I'm not saying that it has to be every year. The BARD has been one of those projects that's a perennial
Sure.
top priority for the port.
So to build the Bard Monument, as they would like to see, how much money have they set aside for
It's
doing it?
50,000.
They said 50,000.
From beginning to end, right?
Preliminary cost estimate, design, construction, 50,000.
Okay. Alrighty. And then I'm in favor of like the Chumash part of it.
And then the second phase, Chumash, and the third.
The DC Coalition joint city port visit DC was really one of the discussion items that was associated with doing something together as a team to render a positive outcome in any particular area that you as a team want to, but shore protection would be one of those themes. Increase in business and productivity or efficiency at the port could be one of those things too. But the objective is to do it and work together as a team.
Mayor Rollins, could we communicate to the port that there is a really nice Bard monument, but it's off the beaten path? And I wonder what it would cost to deconstruct it and move it to a more visible. I mean, would they consider that as an option?
Where is it?
It's
On Ventura Road?
right across from the Trade Winds Market. Yeah.
It's in a little cutaway.
Yeah, and it's impossible to
fenced
see
in
it sometimes.
right near the bar.
Okay,
mansion.
I'm taking notes.
Because it is a wonderful monument. It really is, but it's in a spot that it's inaccessible.
They are aware of it, but they've never, there was no discussion about them ever relocating it. I think they want to see a bronze statue of Richard Barnes.
Yeah.
Put a bronze statue up there. Put it on
Okay, so the priority list as it is right now with the, where would we want to put the mural? I guess what I'm sensing is that we needed, what, an additional $10,000?
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps,
To make
you
the
know,
mural
if we scaled it down, it would probably need another $10,000 to do it.
Okay, so
Um,
then, where, is there, do I hear any recommendations as to where that would fall into this list?
Well, where were you recommending it go?
Yeah, I'm just, it's confusing
go-
because it's not on the
Well-
proposed list.
Well, that's,
My recommendation would be to insert it based on that prioritized list where the council feels comfortable doing so. To add it in there. Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves it up for discussion on how much we want to put in there. So if you're recommending $10,000 to bring it to 25, which was my original request, I think that would be fine.
okay. No, well, so we have it as a benchmark. Now,
Yeah.
where it goes within the benchmark, are there?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask, talk about some of these other items. The children's workshop, it's art programs in Hueneme School. Can somebody describe what the justification is behind that?
And I've had conversations with the school superintendent, and right now they've received a lot of funding to do just that. So I don't know whether that's coming, I'm almost sure it's not coming from the school district. We can verify, because they have gotten some kind of state funding to be able to provide that for their kids.
Well, how did it get on our list?
Because
Where-
initially, maybe when it was first came up, they didn't have the funding for it.
So then let's remove it.
It's been.
It was funded in the last CBF round.
So then let's.
So then we can take that out.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can take out Cats and Cradle since we already have a vet that's probably gonna do it for free.
I don't know about that. There is another organization out there, but I was going to go to Cats and Cradles next. And reading this description here, the reason that I had asked for it to be on the list several years ago was because they were specifically doing TNR work along the promenade. And it was a benefit for both the port and the city to treat the cats out there. I see nothing in this description that says they are doing that.
I don't know that they have recently.
And so we need to find out if they're still providing that service out on the promenade, because that was the original intent. And if there are other groups who are also doing that, I hear there's another group that's doing it, but I don't know if they're actually focused on the promenade.
I don't have any updates specific to that, but each one of these last round of receivers for Community Benefit Fund sponsorship signed an agreement, and their obligations were to demonstrate the benefit that they will create through the use of those funds directly to the city of
Okay.
Port Hueneme. The port has managed the marketing component of that, the initiation of, an event for giving them a check. And they have other obligations, which include coming back to council and the commission to provide information on how they use those funds.
Did you guys want to lower down I mean, it's not something that I necessarily want to do, but I mean, the scholarships for recreation programs, it's the only one that says 15,000 as opposed to all of them being 5,000. Did you guys want to lower that? I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, I think that, but probably would.
I'd be willing to lower that. I look at as our recreation department develops more programs, I think one of our missions is for the people who cannot afford it to be able to participate in all these new programs that we're going to be able to develop. And I think there needs to be some kind of a benchmark there initially to allow underserved kids to be able to participate in all the different activities that we have, because some are pretty expensive, like maybe like, I don't know if you know, like some of the classes even that we offer now, what do they cost? $50, $60, $70. And for a family that can't afford that, you want those kids to be able to participate in those things.
So let's drop off 5.
Well, before we do that, one of the concerns I have about these estimates is that they're very, they're swags, wild guesses. And I'm wondering if you have any information on how often that occurs, or do you have a number of, kids who get turned away?
Well, we probably don't have numbers because we've never offered it before.
But how do you have people showing up saying they can't afford the class? I mean, do you have any kind of reference you can make?
My experience is people see, well, first, we don't advertise that we provide a scholarship for them.
I know.
Okay, so if I was a family and I looked at $70 for this class.
So the answer is no, you
yeah.
don't have. Okay, so.
I can tell you from the staff perspective, we've had occasional inquiries, not many, but the junior lifeguard program is one of our more expensive programs. We have had on an annual basis a handful of families that do receive a subsidy. We do have the OLA organization that provides that subsidy, that scholarship for that program. And we've had a handful of others with our new Learn to Swim program that have asked for consideration. The request hasn't been great, but I appreciate the mayor's comment that as we grow and if we offered that and made the public aware, there may be an uptick in people taking advantage of that.
Sure. So can you offer an amount that you think would be reasonable to address the existing?
I think at this time, if the council wishes to lower the amount from 15,000 to say 7 or 8,000, I certainly think that would be sufficient for this go around, and certainly next year we could reevaluate whether there's an increased demand.
Do you want to cut it in half, maybe?
I mean, for the sake of this, I would cut it in half, but then if the staff finds that we actually go over that amount and we actually advertise that we have that opportunity for people to be able to participate, which we don't now. So you're asking whether we have a big response. Well, if we don't advertise that we're going to provide that, people aren't going to even begin to think that it's available anyway. My guess is if you do a robust billing, and if we do go over, then I'm sure we could absorb it into a general fund somehow, and then maybe next year we increase that.
Right.
Did we fund the Learn to Swim program through the CBF, Mr. Peretz?
No,
We funded it elsewhere?
we have general fund balance.
City funds. It
Okay.
was budgeted.
And so we're continuing with that?
Yes. Yes.
I
Okay.
heard in October. But that's
But
a
that's
great example.
that's a great example of a program for our community that
that
qualifies for this.
Yeah, that might, Scott, like, for example, the Learn to Swim program, what does that cost right now?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess it's about $50 or $60
It's in that
per class. $60 is a lot for a low-income family that we want to learn how to swim.
Okay.
And that would be something that we
Sure.
would be tying into that.
Yeah.
But we don't advertise it now, so people don't even know it's available.
I get it.
Okay,
And I will say.
okay, well, I know you said we don't have any.
Well, I
because
know,
We haven't advertised.
but he did have the answer, so.
And on that
Yeah.
issue also, we had an interested member of the community that was encouraging and assisting in the development of that program. And at the beginning of the program, she did indicate that she has a nonprofit and there are some funds that she would be able to provide to help subsidize.
Well, that would be great, and
those
we
that
won't
need
need
that.
it as much.
So yeah, we have that resource as well.
All right, moving on. Can we move on to another item? Okay, so,
sure.
the bonfire pits and the picnic tables, have those actually been costed out? We should be able to find out what those cost to purchase and install. Is it more than 5,000? Is it under 5,000? What?
We have just purchased 16 of them. I don't remember the exact cost per table. They're fairly high end and sustainable. They're like concrete,
Yeah.
bunker capable picnic tables that can survive pretty much anything. And those are so I want to say they're like 5,000 to 6,000 per table. And I don't really remember the exact cost, but that is the model that we would probably pursue.
So if we've purchased, you say we've purchased how many picnic tables?
16 for the beach.
Okay. And these are for the parks. So we don't have any plan for the parks?
There are park tables already there. This would eventually replace them as they deteriorate.
So
So we don't, wait. So this 5,000 is to replace the,
It would be a minimal buy or purchase. I don't have the inventory of each park, so I don't really know what the total buyout would be, but there are parts of the capital budget that include recreational areas, which would have covered buildings or what do they call those things? Rentable space where you would have tables and other amenities.
so do you think this amount, can I,
I'm
do
sorry.
you think this amount can be removed because it's going to be, we can afford it through the capital
Yeah,
improvement budget?
you could do that, but the amount is not going to buy you a whole lot of
It's about
tape.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's
Yeah.
another reason to
Yeah.
remove it, because it's not gonna,
It might get you
And
one.
Mal, it may be another discussion. If we have 16 budgeted for 16 of these types of tables, might we redirect them so that some of them go to places like Volker Park or Miranda Park that have no tables?
Well, we did install tables, picnic tables at Bulker Park. We replaced benches too. So the other parks are not necessarily ignored, but the major picnic table purchase and installation will be at the beach in the next week and a half.
Oh, so there are,
Starting in a week and a half, as each one of the slabs gets repaired or rehabbed.
okay,
So moving down the list, caregiver program, that's a great program, but do we use it, is it used here? Like, do they actually come into our community? Do we know that?
what is it?
It helps, nonprofit organization that,
Supports elderly.
supports elderly. Do they actually use it here?
Yeah, where
It
did
says-
that come from?
It says Ventura County, but it doesn't specifically say whether or not we use it here.
Well, I know that Ocean View Pavilion provides daycare services to elderly disabled folks, and I would love to support that program because I know they do a really great job at that.
But this caregiver, what is it? Who
Yeah,
does
the
it?
caregiver
That we're
specifically
putting by,
for
where does that go anyway?
That was previously funded, correct?
By whom?
Okay, so let's remove
By
it and
community
add
benefit list.
pavilion.
Yeah, but the pavilion, the person, it's not going to the pavilion, it's probably going to the provider.
The company who runs that.
Yeah,
program.
and they're billing through insurance to pay for that care.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it would be good to ask Sharon whether or not they need that.
Okay, so let's remove caregivers and we'll follow up with
Yeah.
info on.
Painting the lifeguard towers, is that something, is that an art project or?
Could be.
mural?
Yeah, it's, I guess,
You want to list the
it was
Wayne
brought up as a way to bring some
kids to come in and
distinction
paint
to
them.
you know, our place. They've shown other examples in other cities where it's, you know, really kind of brought attention to, it's a unique thing.
So then we could, what I was wanting to know is, can we have the art students come out and,
Well, still, but $5,000 isn't a lot of money, even if the art students come out, they're gonna need
Paint.
materials. Paint.
I just would like to encourage our negotiators that, you know, obviously it's youth orientated. It's pretty heavy towards youth. And I think that we need to continue with that from our side. I know the other side has their ideals. I think that's truly community benefit, and really proud of the support we're bringing to the youth.
yeah, I'm all for supporting youth, but not at this expense of our seniors, and I think our seniors need to be included in some of this programming. So
No, I would
That's-
agree. I just don't know what the caregiver program's all about.
yeah, and I'm not even talking about the caregiver program. I'm just saying in terms of policy and direction, that this idea that youth are first is not something we all have discussed or agreed on. I mean, I support youth programs, but I'd also like to see us do
I
some
would give you
seniors.
from
Senior
my-
programming as
From my
well.
experience as a senior here.
But we have a-
There's been a request to have some kind of a senior dance program, like a senior prom type thing, and that would cost a certain amount of money, and it would serve
Yeah.
the senior community. And my
Yeah, and I'm
my
not,
input has been very excited. They're excited about doing something.
yeah, and I'm not suggesting we start adding new projects at this
Maybe that
point.
would be something for like
But
another
something
year,
for the
but that's a good
future,
idea.
yeah, and
But-
from a policy standpoint is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
So-
we have a number of programs that support seniors already. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm just making the point, it doesn't have to be.
I can tell you guys some of the recommendations that you guys have given so far. So swapping out the priority to Chumash up to the second phase, possibly asking if they'd be okay with moving the Bard Monument, removing picnic tables, removing caregivers, lowering down the scholarships to 7.5. That's minus 17.5.
Yeah, so I've got 63,500 is where we're at.
do you have to ask them to remove those three things? Is this our list that we're
Yeah, that's our
recommending?
list.
So
Yeah,
you
they
don't
have to agree to it.
Yeah. So, but
Oh, okay.
and would we also be removing the bonfire pits? We said picnic tables, but I didn't hear anybody say like specifically.
I would love to
bonfire.
have bonfire pits, but I don't know if 5,000 is gonna cut it. I mean, I would love.
yeah,
to.
that was,
That may get one or two
I
bonfire
mean,
pits.
I went out to Coronado Beach and they have amazing bonfire
Yeah,
pits
yeah,
out
no.
there. They have nothing else on their beach but
Access,
bonfire
man.
pits, and people were just. There's about 6 of them, and they were filled up with people and families, and just sitting there on bonfire.
At Dockweiler.
so that's that's the issue I have with this list is when we submit requests for these nonprofits, I would like them to be based on estimates, not just some ballpark figure, so we can get, we can
Yeah.
have a more realistic estimate of what these items are gonna cost. Because
Well,
you can
look-
put $5,000 down for bonfire pits and it might only buy you half of one.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you guys want, the bonfire pits was my idea. If you guys want, we can take it out too. If you guys want to lower some of the other ones too, like I know Navy League, we gave them 2,500 last year. and right here it says five grand. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to lower all of those to $4,000. I mean, and do we have to do?
We're trying to
lowering
reach a goal here, right? So what's the number that we're trying to reach in reductions?
13.
Is it 13 now? 13 plus 10,000, 23,000 if we want the 10,000 for the mural.
So
So,
we're there.
so we're there. Are we?
I think
Yeah, with
so.
the current calculation, we're there.
So we've knocked out the bonfire pits and the picnic,
Okay.
or we've knocked out the picnic tables, that's $5,000.
Caregivers,
The caregivers is $5,000,
we reduced scholarships to 7,500.
so that's 7,500.
Children's workshop we removed.
Children's workshop is another, what's that, $5,000?
That's 22.5.
Okay.
22.5. That's a go.
22.5, we added in 10,000 for the mural.
Right.
So,
So
total
keep-
And
net
actually,
decrease of
haven't we
12.5.
Are you trying to
gotten rid of more than we needed?
Yeah,
No.
we did. So I think that's good.
Way to go,
We're-
Because we can add, we can now
Can we
put
put
in.
it down as a senior activity?
No, because we have the mural, the $10,000 we had to add in for the mural.
Yeah, it's
So what's the
it's a
total number of reductions we
Net
made?
decrease of 12.5.
I'm sorry?
22,500.
And then we add 10,000 for the mural.
Right, so the net decrease is 12,500.
And is that good or bad?
Well, we have an excess of 10,000.
So it really depends on what the council's goal is here. My intent was for the council to create a prioritized list so that when you meet with your counterparts at the port, you can discuss what is of greatest priority and see what agreement you can come to. If the council's goal is to identify a certain amount of funding for projects, then you have identified 68,500.
Yeah, I came up with 63,500, but, okay,
Yeah, I think we've reduced the 81,000 that was in here by 12.5.
okay.
Oh, let's see. We removed the picnic tables, caregivers, bonfire pits, the children's workshop. That alone is 20 grand, and then the scholarships, that's another 7.5, so 27.5. But then we added another 10 for
10?
the mirror, so
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
17.5.
Bonfires was removed
Oh,
as
did
well.
we remove
Yeah.
bonfires?
I wasn't sure. That was done.
So then I think we're good now, right? Yeah. Okay. And then
Okay.
plus I'll do my best, and I know Mayor Rollins will do his best too.
To represent
Yeah,
our
represent us.
wishes. Thank you.
So you can give us a kind of a refined list now. when
Although
We're
I-
going
I'd
into
like
that
to-
meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to see bonfires.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know
Alrighty.
who's gonna pay for it.
That being
Put it
said,
into the
Well, I'm gonna
parks
keep
plan.
bringing a bonfire.
I
pit,
want
just
to, I
so-
know.
want to see that somewhere, but I don't
Yeah.
think 5,000 is gonna cut it.
So
can staff get us an idea of what a bonfire pit would cost?
Concrete, it's just a
And-
no, the ones at
and-
Coronado are just concrete
Okay,
squares.
you guys, we need to
And-
move on.
Okay,
please.
I'm just gonna make one little comment. As far as a bonfire pit, that's putting concrete, right?
Yeah, it's just
And we have a street crew that does concrete, right?
So if we
Okay.
could end this item with official action, staff can follow up and get detailed information on
Okay.
cost estimate for bonfire if that's.
We might be able
I
to do that
also
internally.
heard a request to follow up with the Ocean View Pavilion to see if they have needs for senior programs. No, we
Yeah,
didn't.
well, no, I don't think,
No, I don't think, no.
Okay.
I mean, right now,
We
I
weren't. I
think-
don't
well-
think we're gonna add.
Not at
anything.
this point.
Okay.
But that maybe for the future.
So if they,
May I, for 1 second? We asked a lot for Ocean View Pavilion in support of the beach festival, and I think reaching out to them might be a really good idea.
Yeah.
We gave them stuff in return, though.
no, but I have a feeling that's fun.
Negotiations, they
Stephen,
got stuff in return.
Councilman Gama, I think that's funded through some other source,
And
but
I
we
put-
should check.
And I don't think we should be adding new projects into this discussion right now.
Yeah, not right now.
so the-
Okay. So.
Later, in the next
Park,
round.
Park Avenue signage. Okay, so we're now,
So Mayor,
to-
could I just wrap that up with
Yeah.
official action? If the council wish to make a motion, I have a revised list that removes picnic tables, the caregivers, the children's workshop, the bonfire pits, and 1/2 of the scholarship for recreation programs, and adds $10,000 for the mural project.
Yes,
we have a motion?
motion to approve.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Can we have a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Right.
Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. City managers' comments.
Keep it quick.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. I'm going to make it really quick. I just wanted, this may be one of the busiest Septembers and Octobers we will have had, at least in my experience, and I think some of the historic employees in recreational programming this coming fall. We've got 1 October, 11 to 3, Touch a Truck. That's going to be not only new and different, but it may be one of the second or third events like it of its kind here in Ventura County. On the 20th of October, Spooktacular, 5 to 8:30 at the community center. 8 October, I'm sorry, a little bit out of sequence here. Another movie in the park, Ghostbusters at 6:45 in Bubbling Springs this time. On 3 October, because the senior social was so well attended and so popular. Every first Tuesday of the month, we're going to continue to do that for our seniors.
There we go.
And the last one I have is on 11 November. I'm getting a little bit far in the future, but this will be the first Veterans Day we've had in a while. We're putting a lot into it. In fact, we have booked the commander of the base, Captain Kimnock, to speak at it.
Oh, wow.
And we will be sending out formal invitations to all of our, national and local electeds to participate. It'll be 8:30 in the morning, on the 11th of November. So it'll kind of pre-stage most of the other events that occur at 11. So I just want to make sure you're on it. And last but not least, we've narrowed down our executive search firm for a police chief. We'll probably enter in a contract. We engage with each of when we discuss all of your interests with regard to council engagement and community engagement. And they have interesting plans of actions on how to facilitate
I have a
that.
question on
And
that.
PD engagement, right? PD engagement. The
And PD
department with the PD.
all engagement. All engagement.
So on that note, when are we going to engage the council in a discussion? Because from my view and my view only, I think that should be the very first step.
Yeah, that's when I've executed the contract, the next step is to put all those things in sequence.
But you haven't considered what we
I don't
think.
agree it has to be the first step. The first step is getting a contractor on board and then letting him talk to us about
Right.
our
The firm that
wishes.
this is the primary thing they do is police chiefs, and they have some very interesting methods and tools to engage council at the front end to make sure that we build a set of attributes that meet the objectives of city council, the community, the PD, and of course, obviously the staff.
Well, I'm sure they're going to have a fairly professional way of dealing with this. Would we be able to see what their proposal is beforehand to see if there's something that the council might want to tweak?
Yeah, we will present a process and a timeline and all those elements. That will be presented to council, again, after I've contracted with them, and then council can provide input and some guidance on how that, obviously there's some restrictions that the firm does, and there's costs associated with certain things too. But that will be part of the process, yes.
Don't forget, November 17th is the turkey dinner giveaway.
Thank you.
If we could go back 1 second though, but so basically you're going to come to us for a straight up and down approval of a process that we may not have contributed to. I think that's what Mayor Rollins was alluding to, is like, are we going to have a chance to weigh in on the thought process? But
Yes, I will give you a draft process from the contracted executive search firm, and you can provide input on what you want to do different than that.
but it'll be at the time of approval or not approval. In other words, you're going to come to us and say, here's what I'm recommending, up or down vote.
There's no vote. This will be an input. This is not a public process.
We're going to get this well in advance so we can digest it. We're not going to get it like at a meeting,
Consent
make a
calendar.
decision that night type thing.
I am facilitating a recruitment and a hire for a police chief through an executive search firm. They are going to meet with staff and council and the community, and they can even do a workshop if that is what is of interest
Okay,
at a price.
on price.
And that process will be defined quickly because we want to get this thing going pretty quickly.
As the city decided on a firm to do this yet, or a recommend, or proposed firm?
Yes, I'm working out some details with them, but we've engaged three. I've met with them, and the discussion you're having about process and inclusion were the key components of this decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget, November 17th, also the Turkey Day, Thanksgiving.
Oh,
Okay, so now let's go to councilman reports and comments, starting on that end, Councilperson Gama.
Yeah, first of all, I want to acknowledge Governor Newsom vetoing the supervised drug injection bill. I think that was a very wise move on his part, and I know a lot of us are concerned about homelessness, drug addiction, the opioid crisis, and I'm just really grateful that he vetoed that bill, because right behind it would have been crystal meth shoot up drug injection sites, and I think it's the wrong way to go, and so I just appreciate that. We had a very successful California coastal cleanup this weekend. We had a great participation from Hueneme High School in the junior ROTC program. We did a bang up job out there, and as a reward for our good effort, we were pictured on the front page of the Star today, and so that was really cool. I think I'm really pleased with today and the fact that we're looking at policy and trying to create good policy and not just create policy for the sake of policy. I think we need to continue to look at all our policies and decide if it's something that we want to move forward. I recently became aware of a policy that if you have a home, what do you call it, a RV, and if you put it on the street, you have to get permission from the city to park it on the street or risk getting a ticket. And if that's a policy, that's something that we may want to look at. So I want to encourage staff, if you are managing a policy that really doesn't make sense and it may have been on the books for a very long time, come to us and tell us, hey, you know what? Let's think better. Let's look towards the future to make better policy. And that's the role of the city council. We heard tonight, and I hope that we get it on agenda or get an update at Mar Vista, speaking about seniors and their emergency plan and what is exactly the protocol for when there's a power outage there, and make sure everything's working and make sure there's a plan to get people that need assistance out of the building. And again, that would fall under the ADA accommodations deal. I had a consulting job today. I ran up to Orcutt and it was raining. Actually rained 2 inches up there today, guys. Can you believe it?
Typhoon.
I don't know. And I had to go take a wastewater sample. So great. I was hoping to get an update, a debrief on the the beach festival. We still haven't got that yet. I'm hearing estimates, numbers, but hopefully we could get a debrief as to how that turned out for us.
Never turns out good.
Okay, it never turns out good.
It doesn't.
So we took bold action tonight on the Bubbling Springs, and maybe we could have a community barbecue on the first Sunday after we took that great action tonight. Also, I would like to explore the sidewalk issue out in front of Mar Vista as a safety issue. I think we have a number of citizens that need assistance over there. And when we get to the agenda setting part of this, it's my understanding that the city attorney and the city manager report to the city council. And we heard earlier how city attorney sent Tracy J. a letter, which was copied to the council members with the admonition not to discuss. And so I'm going to be making a motion that we could go into closed session so we could evaluate the city manager and the city council as to how did that come to be that a letter is sent out that causes grief and then we're not allowed to discuss it amongst ourselves. I don't think that's a good way moving forward. And that's it.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share that I attended the League of California Cities Conference and went to a lot of different sessions that I really enjoyed. A session on homeless, a session on how to take chaos out of your city council, and a number of other discussions that I thought were of real value. I am going to request that something be put on the agenda regarding, I'm glad Councilman Gama mentioned policies, because I will be asking our staff and city attorney to review our city council policy and procedures manual, because it, from what I learned at the conference, is missing in provisions related to harassment and bullying. And so I'll be asking for this to be placed on the agenda. And I am very concerned. I know you get tired of me hearing me talk about the city council policy and procedures manual, but every week I hear of a council member who's violating city policy, interfering with staff, badgering employees, going against city council policies that were decided in public. And for the way I feel is this city council is letting that happen by not taking any action. So I'm going to ask for an update to this policy procedures manual, and hopefully with that we can start putting some enforcement measures behind it so that we can make sure our council members are behaving properly, because it interferes with staff morale, and it causes projects to be delayed, and it creates dysfunction among staff, a dysfunction among our city council and staff. The other thing is, I want to suggest too that if you're an alternate on a committee or a primary on the committee, the alternate and the primary work closer together in communicating what's going on with the assigned committee that they're working with. I know that you're planning, Councilman Gama, a tour on Wednesday. I understand that it was announced at Beacon last Friday, and I wasn't invited, and I felt very slighted by that. And I just think it's just very important, since you know I attend those meetings, that I would like to be involved in anything that you plan regarding the coastline erosion and Beacon. And it just makes sense. And I would be happy to work closer with you too, Bobby, on the Sister City program as your alternate. So I just want to encourage better communication for those of you who serve on committees like I do.
Councilperson Perez.
I have two. I'm trying to create and working with two of my fellow council members to create a Hueneme Beach Lions Club. We can gain 20 members and we can create our own charter, and won't have to be a mini branch of the Ventura Downtown Lions. So it's being created to create community engagement and volunteerism, and try to get the city of Port Hueneme involved in more engagement issues. And the next one is, and I had a start date, but it's now going to be postponed, a food share pantry that I'm creating with the help of the Boys and Girls Club and Food Share at the Boys and Girls Club location. It'll be a farmer's market style, and it was supposed to start October 1st, but we're a bit busy in October with upcoming elections, so I'm having to hold off on it. And so volunteers are needed, extra drivers are needed, but it'll be every other Saturday morning to start for the community.
I'm happy to announce that Parks and Recs had a successful movie night on Saturday. And then I had a basketball event. I think it could have been planned a little bit better. We just needed either like water on the basketball courts, but it was really cool to just see like kids show up. And so we had at least like 10 kids. just out there playing, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I didn't actually do any of the games. I just kind of let everybody just kind of play, and it was cool to watch them play. We have a reach meeting on Wednesday, so that's cool. So I'll give you guys some updates on that. It's been postponed. And then I was also at this League of Cities conference last week. I think I got some pretty good stuff. I don't know if we should maybe have a presentation where we present some of the stuff that we learned. I thought that would be kind of cool. Because there's a good amount of stuff, but that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Yeah, just a little note on the league. For those of you who didn't go, there's videotapes of sessions that perhaps you didn't get an opportunity to go to, that we can look back and, look, because there was some valuable stuff that I went to, but there was even some other valuable stuff I would have liked to have gone to, that because you can only be in one place at one time. I attended the Ventura County Air Pollution Board, and they made an announcement that the city of Port Hueneme got a grant of, I think it's approximately $8,000 or $9,000 to put in electric lawnmowers into our service, and then a facility that will be able to recharge a number of the batteries, so we'll be able to do that. And so I think that was initiated by Mr. Cable, but they made a presentation, so that's very good on our part, to be able to do that and get that grant. I know it was brought up before, and I'm not sure where it is from a staff point, but I continually get from the community concern or questions as to our parking policy regarding street sweeping, and the fact that when they shut down the streets, they shut down 3 or 4 blocks of streets, and so people can't park anywhere. And I thought it was just maybe in one area, but I think it's in a number of different areas. And I think staff was going to come back as to a potential proposal on doing that. And I don't know if it's just been forgotten or whatever, but anyway, I'm going to make, later on, I'll make a proposal that, we actually have some kind of report as to what some of those options might be and what the costs might be involved in it. Well, the other things, I guess, I can talk about in like our proposals as far as future agenda items. So, okay. So now we're going to move on. Any other comments regarding, just comments?
Yeah, I too got a couple inquiries on parking, and I do think the over at Bulker and even in a couple other places where they shut down like 3 and 4 streets at a time for street sweeping, and people park their cars on their grass, and then they get a ticket, and then if they're, and so again, we did agendize that many moons ago, and we've never really came to take a look at our policy and see if we can make better policy, and so just want to reinforce that.
Okay, so now let's move on to request for future agenda items. Starting. Okay.
Let me. Can I go after?
Sure. Starting on this end.
Yeah, I'd like to go into closed session to evaluate the city attorney and the city manager because we've been put in a situation. Well, I don't think I should explain things, but kind of explained in my comments earlier. So I would like to have that opportunity to go into closed session to evaluate our city attorney and city.
Okay. Do we have a second?
We haven't had a mid-year evaluation, right? I'll second that.
Okay. Vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Already. Any other requests for agenda items, Councilman Gama?
I would like to address the how do we get safety projects into the CIP program. This came up last week, I mean, there's this dirt walkway. I was just in a rainy situation, so I was wondering if we could get on the agenda for this council to have a discussion and decide whether or not we should put a sidewalk in across from Mar Vista.
I'll second that. I know they've been asking for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
That's it.
Hearing,
Aye.
say? Oh, hearing none. motion
We're all
carries.
eyed.
Tired.
We're all eyed out. Okay, so any other things, Councilperson Gama? Moving on to Councilperson Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to reiterate the request for staff to look at the development of a community engagement plan. It might not happen, I realize, this year, maybe with a new council, I'm not sure, but my idea behind it was to include the Citizen Advisory Board as the body to oversee the process or to get the process started. I think it's a good project for a community, our Citizen Advisory Board. The other thing I want on the agenda, as I would like to see on the agenda, is an update of our policy and procedures manual for our city council. It was adopted in 2020, so it's coming up on almost 3 years old. And I would like it to include provisions for harassment and bullying, and also consider, rather than requiring a 4/5 vote for sanctions, a 3/5 vote for administering sanctions for city council members who don't comply.
Which one do you want to do first?
Okay, so why don't we separate those? The first one you had for an agenda.
Oh,
item.
I already requested it. I was just reiterating it. I
Okay, so-
requested it at the last meeting.
Do we approve it?
Yes.
For both of those?
No, just the first one.
Okay, so you want.
So
to
the
do
second one is the policy and procedures manual.
I'll second.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we have a motion for the city policies and procedures update and look at. Do we have a second?
I have
Yes.
a second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Can I discuss?
Sure.
Can we get caught up on, we have a number of items that we voted on to get on the agenda that haven't been on the agenda, and we just keep stacking them up. And I can't remember all of them, but I know there's a number of them, and so I
We're in
just.
the middle of a vote, Mr. Goma.
Well, I
Can
know-
you wait?
Okay, so we'll handle that in a
Well,
second.
Yeah.
Anyway, on this particular one, do we have a vote?
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries.
Very good. Now you can.
No.
Okay, and then let's get through everybody's request for agenda items, and then we'll go back to the agenda items that should be on the docket anyway. Okay, Councilperson Perez. Okay.
I know we had just mentioned it earlier, but just to have it on the record, can we have a session where we talk about the cost of bonfire pits? Just so that we can I get an idea of like how much we can afford or how many bonfire pits we can put out?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries.
Okay, on my end, I would like to get a report from staff as an evaluation of the beach festival. You know, the various different aspects of it, report back to us as from a staff standpoint, and then, you know, as a council, we can kind of input too, because it's a major event. We spend a lot of money on it, and it provides a lot of benefit to the community, but like with any big event, I think we need to get an evaluation on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then, I forget how we stand with the parking thing. Do you recollect? Because I remember we talked about that a while back.
There was an element to look at streets that have dual side parking restrictions for street sweeping on both sides,
Right.
not 2 or 3 streets at a time, to see if there are some streets or neighborhoods because of congestion and parking challenges that may be good candidates to limit one side a day
Right.
or during a period.
So,
I know
I
Pacific
know it was,
Collection has-
I mean, like, I think 3-4 months back, can staff come back as to what they came up with? Okay, good. So I don't need to put that, that's gonna happen anyway. Good. Okay, that being said, I'd like to adjourn the meeting now. It is now 10:40. Meeting is now adjourned.